time is this?
Tonight, the revolution begins. I'm expecting a fight, hoping for a war. We are the Bullet Club. I am the greatest living professional wrestler alive. One by one, they will all follow me. Bada boom, realest guys in a room. How you know? Feed me more.
Takeover just 3 nights away.
Whoa!
The end of days delivered to Samoa Joe.
We could very well see that same thing happen in Brooklyn, New York.
Baron, after that message you sent to Samoa Joe tonight, what are your expectations for your match with him at TakeOver?
I'm going to send Joe back to wherever it is he came from.
Ladies and gentlemen, wrestling to the mat.
And your hosts, Gary Vaughn, Sean Garmer, and Paul Leeser.
Well, hopefully this show is not going to be as long as some other whatever. Like the last two shows have been. This is Wrestle the Max episode 157. And man, we got a lot of previews to do.
Oh my God, we do. But you know what? I'm excited about all of them. All three of the previews we are doing tonight are going to be a blast to talk about. We can't wait to run down our predictions for each of these shows because they are going to be superstar shows. Looking forward to covering SummerSlam, of course. That's the big one. That's the top dog in this conversation. We're going to be covering all the predictions for that. Plus, we're going to be doing NXT Takeover, which actually happens the night before on Saturday. So that is a huge, huge show that we are all excited about talking about because we love NXT Developmental. And, of course, we cannot forget ROH. They're going to be doing a show the same night as NXT TakeOver, and that is Field of Honor, which is also going to be involving a lot of New Japan guys. So it is going to be a huge show as well. So there is going to be a lot of fun conversations we're going to be having, a lot of opinions. Let's just be honest, a lot of different opinions. I'm sure people are going to want to call in, so of course we're going to allow you to do that and give your predictions as well. We're also going to cover Raw like always. We definitely have to cover Raw and talk about everything leading up to SummerSlam, as well as we are going to talk about what's happening in Ring of Honor, NXT this week, and of course TNA, which they had Turning Point this week. So a lot of big stuff to talk about. We are not going to waste time tonight. We're going to get into it hot and heavy, but I do want to make one thing clear. I have to mention this one thing that is not wrestling. I am so excited about Fear of the Walking Dead. I don't know about you guys. I love The Walking Dead. So Fear of the Walking Dead hopefully will fulfill my need until I get to October. Paul, I don't know. Are you a Walking Dead guy or not really?
So with The Walking Dead, I watched the first 3 seasons, and going through that, I had been reading the comic before the show had started. So whenever they got through season 3, I preferred the choices they made in the comic as opposed to the TV show. But I will watch Fear the Walking Dead because they've never really addressed how it started yet. It's just been about surviving. So it should be really, really interesting.
Yeah. I do want to encourage you, though, to get on the horse and watch the rest of The Walking Dead because of the fact that they are different, but they are, completely different universes. Things happen a little bit different. That's okay.
Absolutely.
But I don't know. I just encourage that because I love the show. And I need to read like you've read. I just need to get into it. I just haven't had the opportunity to. But Sean, I know you're a big fan. Are you excited about Fear of the Walking Dead?
I am because I am really behind on The Walking Dead. I've got to the same point that Paul did, and then I kind of got behind and was never able to get back on it. So I'll have to catch up on Netflix and see if I can make it for the next season premiere, but I'll be watching the Fear of the Walking Dead since it is separate. and I don't have to worry about the whole catching up thing.
True. And of course, everyone knows that Fear the Walking Dead happens at the same time that SummerSlam does. So we'll all be DVRing it, and we'll all be finding a way to watch it, even if we don't use our DVRs. So we will not be talking about this when we do our big show this next Sunday night. We, of course, want to let you know.
We don't, have the whole it's on the network thing, or it's on pay-per-view still, because WWE would sit there and blame Fear of the Walking Dead or something. They got some crazy rating.
Oh, but Sean, you don't remember this. I just remembered this. There is an NFL game on Sunday night as well. The Dallas Cowboys and San Francisco 49ers will be facing off Sunday night. So once again, Vince can't blame.
You're going to have like 3 DVRs going there, Gary.
I am going to be blowing up my DVR this week. That's okay. I'm okay with it. I'm most excited about the wrestling shows right now. I can watch preseason football later. I can get into Walking Dead later, even though my wife may try to murder me. So if I don't show up on the big show that we're doing Sunday night, it's because she's mad I didn't watch Fear of the Walking Dead. She's been waiting so long for this. But I'm sacrificing for all you guys out there because we want to cover wrestling and we want to let you guys have it fresh and hot. So this Sunday night, don't forget, we are going to be doing a show. Now, it will be late, so if you want to listen to us live, look for us about 12 Eastern, 1 o'clock Central. We'll be definitely...
Maybe even later than that.
Yeah, you never know. It could be...
I mean, because TakeOver's 2.5 hours, and if we have to wait for Patrick to watch the whole thing... Yeah, it might be more like 1 a.m.
Yeah, so you never know. We'll get through it, though, and, of course, and once again, if you're a night owl like I am, and Sean, and, of course, Paul has to be because of us, we'll definitely be up while talking wrestling, so if you want to come check us out on Sunday night, that is going to be a big show, but this week's show is just as cool, and I can't wait to talk about all the different prediction tournaments we got here, because, each of these shows, there's so much that we have to talk about. So let's get into all this, but before we do, I just want to let everybody know, Quick Hits is our big sponsored segment that we do, and it is sponsored by Math Tumbler. Math Tumbler is a great, fun game for all those who love playing games and learning at the same time. If you're not a big math fan, don't worry. This is the game for you because you're going to love doing math equations after you play it. And, of course, they got a new game coming out for kids coming up this next week. We're going to let you know about that. I'll give you more details about that. But, hey, if you got kids at home and they're having trouble in math, or maybe you want them to start out the school year and learn more and know more before all the rest of their friends do, we're going to get you in touch with the new game that Math Tumbler is coming out with that will get your kids interested and having a fun time doing math equations. So be checking that out soon. But anyway, go and make sure you find it on your Android device near you. Now we are going to jump into some quick hits, and we'll be right back with them.
It's time for wrestling news. Quick hits.
All right, guys. Well, we all know, which we talked about last week, that ESPN is going to be involved in SummerSlam, and that is cool. I know for the...
We got Mr. Harry Broadhurst calling.
Oh, well, Harry, you got in right on time, sir, for Quick Hits. How's it going, buddy?
What can I say? Timing has always been a strong suit of mine.
Ain't it the truth?
Except for the fact that I apparently can't get the Raw reaction off air on time in order to not have it finish, in extra time. Which reminds me, what the hell? Why are we only 2 hours now? Who approved that? Anyway, hi guys.
Hey man, hey, that's okay. We know we're over here running 4.5 hour podcast, so
not that we want to, they just happen to be that way.
Yeah, so we're hoping to calm down.
I'm here now, so it's probably going to be closer to 5.
Oh, there, yep.
Well, it cuts off at 5, so
we'd be in trouble.
You guys are going to end up with the same problem I had. The end of your show is going to go unaired. Dum.
Yeah, well, hopefully, we won't do that. Hopefully we'll get through this. So, I was just telling the guys here, Harry, that we all know that ESPN is going to be involved with SummerSlam. They're going to be having, guys out there, coaches going to be live and in person, basically going over the show and, giving it to the mainstream audience out there that may not be big wrestling fans, or maybe they are, and they're, a big fan of SportsCenter. So this is great. I think that, ESPN being a part of the WWE process is wonderful. Do you like this partnership championship, Harry? I mean, apparently they're thinking about doing this on a big event basis, where that next year's WrestleMania they're going to be there. Then of course SummerSlam after that. Maybe keep covering some of these big shows like Royal Rumble. How do you feel about this?
I think anything that takes professional wrestling and puts it into the eyes and the ears of more legitimate sports fans, like actual sports fans, I think the exposure is going to do nothing but be beneficial to the game, especially when you have people that are such good spokesmen for the industry now that we have. Guys like a Brock Lesnar who, despite his mammoth personality, comes off very well-mannered and well-tempered in interviews. And obviously a guy like a John Cena who is a phenomenal spokesperson for the company, regardless of how we feel about his personality as a character. He's a phenomenal spokesman for the company in regards to his actions with Make-A-Wish and all the public service stuff that he does for the WWE. The only way this SummerSlam is going to feel complete to me is if Coach hits somebody in the back with a chair 2003 style.
or hey, The Rock shows up in a segment just to admonish Coach, one of the two.
Yeah.
Say your prayers. What up, G?
Oh, you're going to love it. What do you think, Paul? I mean, is this going to be a good idea for ESPN to be involved with WWE? Because I know a lot of sports fans are not always up on wrestling.
Yeah, but there are guys like you and me and Sean and Harry's in sports too. I mean, there is that crossover audience that's totally there for ESPN to hit on. I'm sure a lot of people aren't thrilled that they cover UFC on there as little as they do, but they do cover UFC. So I'm not seeing the downfall for either side because wrestling is still very popular, even though it's not at its peak that it once was. And WWE obviously wins out getting mainstream exposure. So this is a win-win.
And not to mention, too, it's looking at it from the more sports entertainment side, regardless of the fact that the action is choreographed or scripted or whatever you want to call it here. The fact of the matter is that these guys are real legitimate athletes who I would put up against any major sports athlete in any of the four major brands.
Completely agree.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one as well, Harry. I think, the big thing for me is, this isn't the only thing. We had the NXT E60 before. We had the Vince McMahon E60 around WrestleMania time. This is, to me, there's been a thing with them being in bed with WWE for a little while now, and there's a lot of people that obviously are not in favor of this. They do not care for this at all. They think that ESPN is going into their entertainment side of their E, but they've been doing that for a while, honestly, the way they do some of their shows and all that stuff. And honestly, you know what? They're regressing in their subscriptions, their ratings. I think I was telling Gary the other day that ESPN gets the highest. In order for you to order ESPN by itself, it would cost you almost anywhere from $20 to $30 if it was not part of your cable package. So think about that for a second. You're paying the highest rates for ESPN, and they're seeing people drop them, even though they sit there and keep, adding on content up the wazoo. People are still letting them go, and so they're trying to branch out into anything they possibly can right now. And to me, this feels more like, I hope it's not the bubble that burst like the Texas Hold'em, but it kind of feels like that. They're just grabbing the next thing that they think is rising, even though it's really not. And they're making it feel like it's bigger than it actually is, which is a plus for WWE right now.
You raise a very valid point there, Sean, too, in the fact that, let's be honest here, pro wrestling is much more of a sport for the ESPN than, say, Texas Hold'em poker would be.
Yeah, or the hot dog eating contests or the whatever else,
Hey, man, those guys are warriors.
Yeah.
There's something to be said about the excessive desire to shove that many wieners in your mouth in one sitting there.
Well, they already had a submission sorority, so they got close.
Yeah, if I ever decide to do a hot dog eating contest, I'm definitely dressing up as Dalton Castle. So,
oh boy, Gary,
we'll see. But talking about this, you're talking about what we would call legitimate sports. We'll call it that, I guess. I think it was last week, the week before, we had Dana White calling wrestling fake. And of course, that offended a lot of people, and a lot of people made a big deal about it. And now, yeah, I know. Sorry to burst some bubbles out there. But, talking about Dana White.
Sorry, Gary. No, I mean, it's a work. I think this whole Dana White thing is rigged.
You think so? Okay. Explain that to me. Give me your idea about that.
I think that Dana and Vince are working together, and they're going to start building up something where they're going to be able to have more cross-promotion here. Because Brock is exactly right with what Brock said about Vince being a better promoter than Dana is.
Well, damn, you steal Gary's thunder.
No,
hey, he's getting at. No,
Harry's a host himself. I'm okay with it. Go with it, Harry. Give me your idea.
My thought process here is just that they're using Dana here in order to they're using this particular thing with Dana calling out pro wrestling in order to set up more involvement between the WWE and the UFC. Let's not forget that Vince McMahon almost bought the UFC back when it was in its infancy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's true. I forgot about that.
And
You're
they
right.
helped promote UFC when they were in their infancy too.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you had guys like Ken Shamrock and Dan the Beast Severn coming over and becoming full-time entertainers with World Wrestling Entertainment, and another guy would be like a Steve Blackman as well.
Yeah,
it's just funny to me to watch shows on the network now, and it has UFC promotions on it. I'm like, what? Okay.
Yeah, and for a long time, UFC was a very bad word in the WB, and all of a sudden now you're having the announcers say UFC, different people that do promos say the word UFC, and actually talk about them. And, Ronda Rousey's been on the product. Of course, we saw WrestleMania. There's been talk about her doing WrestleMania 32. And, of course, if Harry's point is correct, that makes me excited about thinking that Ronda Rousey would be a part of WrestleMania 32 for a fact, even though they're working us maybe and saying, no, there's no way that's possible, blah, blah, blah. Maybe they're trying to keep us from seeing the big surprise. They want us to keep our minds away from that until she shows up. So I think that's a great point you have there, Harry. And, Brock Lesnar did go on the, Sports Center and, make that comment that, Vince does it better. I just want to know, Paul, do you agree with that statement?
About this being a work?
Or about, that, or Vince basically being better than Dana is at it?
I agree solely because I think WWE has kept its name out there so much I won't say in a better light because that's not always true, but in a much broader spotlight than I think the UFC has. I won't say the UFC is niche because it's not as obviously niche as it used to be, but I think WWE is more of a broader brand than the UFC is. And then, granted, that started to change recently too with when you have major stars like Ronda Rousey or Chuck Liddell or Randy Couture, or guys like that who are in movies and doing TV spots and all this stuff. But that's only been really recent. That's like the last 10 years. WWE's been that way for almost 40, 50 years. So there, just there. As far as it being a work, I could believe it just because there have been stranger things. But once again, whenever we see some of those active people in a WWE ring is when I'll actually believe it, because right now it just seems so far-fetched.
Yeah, it does seem far-fetched, but then again, I could totally see it, being something because of the fact, like I said, some of the connections. And of course, UFC has not been the hottest ticket in town as of late. Besides Ronda Rousey, you've really not had a bunch of hype over him. So I think that, there could definitely be a possibility to CM Punk's chagrin, I'm sure. I'm sure he hates it, if there's any truth to that completely. So I want to talk about something. Go ahead. Yeah.
Just real quick here, and then I got to take a quick break because I have a phone call coming in that I have to return, and then I'll be right back. But the thought that I have for you guys here, do you remember the Shoot Nation that was rumored for NXT?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's possible that they might be able to do something with that and give them kind of an MMA-style gimmick? Almost like what used to be with the case with, I don't know how many of you guys follow CCW, almost like how Team Andrew used to be in CCW with Andy Sumner and Drew Gulak.
Right. Maybe. I think they've already passed on the Shoot Nation idea, though, because they've broken those guys up and sort of farmed them out to different little ideas that they have floating around on TV.
But if there were ever anything to come of this, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Shoot Nation guys kind of become one again and definitely exploit that amateur wrestling background, that legitimate background of legitimate sports in regards to professional wrestling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, as you said, it won't be the first time, and it certainly won't be the last time that we'll see wrestling capitalize on sort of the realer aspect of wrestling or fighting or whatever. But, could it be the center of a gimmick or a whole focus in the near future? I if this is it'll work, I don't see why not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's... I don't know about the whole work thing. I mean, it's possible. I still don't see Ronda... I mean, unless it's one of those where Ronda just does her 30-second gimmick and puts Stephanie in an armbar that quick and no way she can injure herself. I don't see that Dana being cool with her actually wrestling Stephanie or whatever. I still see it as if she's there, it's to be in Rock's corner or something like that.
Mm-hmm. I could see that, and I think that they'll do something where she dances around and, you have the thought process that we could actually see a big match, but it actually not being that, like you're saying. I think they'll find a way around it somehow, some way. They just got to have her in the middle of the ring in front of all those people at, Cowboy Stadium or AT&T Stadium if you want to be technical. So we'll see. I mean, it's going to be interesting. 100,000 people need to be in that stadium. That's the way you get them in there, for sure. Harry mentioned NXT, and I think there's a few things that we could talk about NXT here that is quite interesting. We have Triple H, of course, this is his baby, and he is trying to get NXT more and more in a situation where it's big and it's actually doing big things. And one of the things that they're interested in doing is continuing what they're doing this weekend, and that's piggybacking on a giant pay-per-view like SummerSlam is, and, of course, WrestleMania. They're considering having these big shows being right there the day before a big pay-per-view. That way that it can be basically a super WWE weekend. They can have, of course, NXT one night, the next night the big pay-per-view, and, of course, the next night on Monday, Raw. This is a great thing, apparently, in New York because they've already sold the entire weekend. I think that they feel like they can do that in most cities that are, at least, favorable to the wrestling world. I don't know what you guys think about this. I'm okay with it. I want to see more of these big shows if they're going to give them to us, especially if they're as packed as this one is, this takeover. How do you feel about this, though? Do you think Triple H is making the right decision if they do follow through with this?
I think it's a really neat idea in small doses, and by small doses, I mean keeping it to SummerSlam and keeping it to WrestleMania, because I don't know if every other pay-per-view, outside of maybe the Rumble, would really draw enough interest from all the fans coming in or around the area. I would say Survivor Series too, but Survivor Series isn't the destination pay-per-view that it used to be back in the day. And maybe that's a way you make Survivor Series back into an important thing, is attaching an NXT show to it. Yeah, we don't know how well this is going to work out, I think, for NXT, but I definitely am in favor of it for SummerSlam and WrestleMania. I think it makes a lot of sense.
I think for this year, it is going to happen during the Rumble because the Rumble's in Orlando. Guess where they already do NXT? Orlando. They don't have to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
They might run a bigger arena somewhere in Orlando just to kind of appease people and make it seem like they went out somewhere. But and I think Triple H also mentioned that the big three are what they're going to focus on as far as keeping it where you have TakeOver there that weekend. They want to make it a big deal. A lot of people that stay over for the Rumble Raw. Now the Rumble Raw has become a big thing too because of the last 2 years. You've had all the controversy and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't be surprised if again we get another controversial thing so that you can have another thing with the Raw there. Wouldn't be surprised if we start getting a Rumble access too. Who knows? But I think those three pay-per-views, you want to do a TakeOver special, go for it. Well, especially, for me, because if Chris Lemche really does go down to Orlando for the Rumble, I might go down myself, and getting to go to watch a NXT TakeOver special live is twice in, well, it wouldn't be in 1 year, but yeah, it would be. Never mind. So twice in 1 year would be pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm. No, I bet. It'd be a blast to go do, and especially that big weekend. Thinking of the fact that if you do have the funds and you're able to go to all the different events that they're having, that's a great weekend. I couldn't imagine doing that many nights of fun, just big shows. I would love to. I've just never done it before. But, I think it's a wise idea. Like Paul said, small doses mean more. You've got to do it in small doses. You can't start spreading it around and doing a big, NXT show right before just any pay-per-view.
Let's be honest, too. They're doing this so that they can combat all the indie promotions that are going to try to run shows like ROH.
Well, the thing is, though, Sean, it's the only time the other indie shows really try to piggyback is WrestleMania weekend, though.
ROH is doing it for SummerSlam too, so you know.
Wasn't ROH already scheduled for that weekend before the NXT show was added, though?
Right, but they know SummerSlam's happening that weekend. They're not stupid.
Right,
SummerSlam gets scheduled out a year before.
I don't know if they knew that SummerSlam was going to get moved to New York when they booked that show, but
it was already in New York. It was at it was originally at the iZod, and well, technically it's in Jersey, but anybody who knows where the iZod Center is, it's like right near the line, anyways. But
yeah,
here's my thought process for you guys for this. Is it possible that we might see maybe WWE ideas come down to NXT under that line of thinking here? Like, let's say that they do have a NXT takeover the night before the Royal Rumble. Would you be at all opposed to an NXT Rumble to determine who gets the title shot at WrestleMania?
I don't want that. I'm cool with having the one NXT person in the Rumble itself. I'm not cool with them all of a sudden having... Like, I like the fact that we haven't really had all these WWE gimmick shows show up in NXT. Like, the big thing that we have is a ladder match. And we haven't had, like, 20 cage matches or a Hell in a Cell and all that. I don't want all of WWE's gimmicks to show up in NXT. They still need to have their own independent thing. That's the same thing, like, I wouldn't want them to... Okay, well, every time they run a takeover, it has to be during a WWE pay-per-view weekend or whatever. I don't want that either, because they need to be their own thing, like Triple H says. You know, it's not necessarily always about taking what WWE does and putting it on their show. It's about them being their own brand and being their own deal.
The other thought that I had for that, too, is how does the WWE roster feel about having to compete with the NXT shows these weekends of the major 4 pay-per-views?
Ooh, that's a good question, because we've seen the heat coming out of that
here's the
locker
thing,
room.
though. That's not the roster. That's on Vince McMahon and the booking team. It's how they book those shows that matters. If they say, okay, look, these guys killed it. Let's give these two guys, like, let's go give Owens and Cesaro a bunch of time so they can outdo what Owens did with Balor. Let's go give, one of the other, let's give the Divas a bunch of time so they can go. That's what Vince should be doing, but he's not going to. He's going to do it the way he wants, and then when, if SummerSlam doesn't compare to TakeOver, which that's going to be a tall task for SummerSlam not to compare, beat out TakeOver, but just from the sheer size and everything and all the matches, but to me, it's just, again, whose fault was that, right? They blamed other people. They're gonna get mad at NXT, but this is the company that's deciding this, right? Triple H doesn't just go, "Hey, I'm running this, Vince." By the way, he has to say, "Hey, Vince, can I run this?"
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. What do you think, Paul?
I mean, I think it's all fair points. Whether that actually matters or not when the wrestlers look at it, I don't know. Because obviously they're seeing a brand that is closely associated with what they're doing outdo them, and it's supposed to be a minor league. And it's not.
And the problem with it is they don't have any control. I feel like, what the big argument from the main roster stars is that they have no leeway at all. They can't do anything. They've got to follow the strict script that they have. If they have any leeway, it's because they've talked to Vince, they've worked it out. Whereas when you're talking about the NXT roster, Triple H is like, what do you want to say? What do you want to do? Okay, go do it. And it's that easy. They don't have to worry about getting too much in trouble. They can kind of fly by the seat of their pants sometimes, and it works. They feel comfortable doing it. I think I could see where the main roster gets upset about those things. And so, yes, I think it does kind of rub them the wrong way on the main roster. But once again,
Well, in regards to your thinking there, Gary, I think the old line that it's easier to ask forgiveness than beg permission comes into the line there. Where you're going to have options here where if the NXT show out there on Saturday night goes out and just kills it in the Barclays Center, the WWE main roster is going to have no choice but to go out and put on a superior product on Sunday. Otherwise, they're going to run the risk of being completely booed out of that building. You're in the New York, New Jersey area there, and those are hardcore wrestling fans there.
Yeah, they will have no problem chanting NXT better than SummerSlam or something like that.
Nah.
You know.
Or any number of people on the NXT roster getting a chance. Your Finn Balor's, your Sami Zayn's, your Enzo Amore's and Colin Cassidy's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. I totally agree with that. And I hope that they do hold up to that. I hope the SummerSlam is good. Now, I'm a big NXT fan, so I hope both those shows are equally as good. I'm not going to say I hope the main roster show, the SummerSlam, does Takeover, but I hope they're equally as great. So. Well, we'll have to see how that works out in the end. But I do want to go back and touch on something that you guys brought up, and it's about Triple H and the way he handles himself. And, of course, handling NXT, because NXT usually does have to go up against some of those indie shows. Of course, Ring of Honor, this is not the first time that they've had NXT at the same time as a Ring of Honor show. I want to know what you guys think about this. Triple H apparently is saying the right thing, if you ask me. He's saying that he wants all these other promotions to do well. And, if it's up to him, he's got to choose the WWE first. He can't handle other people's business. But if it's up to him, all the promotions will do fine because they need the other promotions to do well, which I completely agree with. But, Harry, do you think Triple H is just saying the right words and not really meaning it, or do you think he actually does feel this way?
He wants all of the other promotions to do well unless they've screwed over Gabe Sapolsky in the past, in which case, screw them.
Mm-hmm.
Here's looking at you, Ring of Honor. No, the thing is I think that Triple H pays attention to the independent scene in order to keep an eye on who might be the next up-and-coming talent to sign to NXT. I fully expect, we've been hearing a lot of rumors over the last couple of weeks, I fully expect Rich Swann and Biff Busick to be in NXT by the end of the year. And I would not be surprised if ACH is down there by the end of the year as well. And if he isn't, then there's something clearly wrong with this company. But anyways, I think it's a case of the independents that aren't Ring of Honor, he's going to look out for them. He's going to say and do all the right things there, especially when it comes to working with under the Evolve banner too, because of the rumored deal between Triple H and Gabe Sapolsky and them, with Sapolsky and his number 2 in command coming in to watch NXT TakeOver. And then the talk is that Triple H and company, or at least a couple of the brass from the WWE, are going to be at the next Evolve taping.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that they were already at those Evolve shows that just happened over the weekend, too.
Right. Excuse me. Yeah, you're right. The one with Timothy Thatcher and Zack Sabre Jr.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Man, if he could get Zack Sabre Jr. to show up in NXT, woo.
I don't know that he's enough of a name. The guy's an amazing worker, but I don't know that he's enough of a name.
I think he's enough of a name for the people that go to NXT shows.
Okay, you might have a point there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But in regards to, Sapolsky and, I forget the understudy's name, but I know he's going to... Sawa Hemwai, the guy behind FIP. Thank you. I think as long as it's nothing to do with them, then I think Triple H is going to be of the opinion that if this screws with your local independent promotion, or if this screws with Ring of Honor, then so be it.
What do you think, Paul?
I think he means it as far as competition goes. You can get to whatever point you're going to get, but whenever you might look like your competition or could be at some point, that's when the scale's going to tip towards the WWE, and he's not really going to care so much about you like an ROH, or, I guess you could still maybe call TNA competition if they ever got their head on straight, but that ship probably has sailed. Or like a GFW, something like that. But I imagine mid-flight indies, you're totally okay in their books. They're wanting to work with you. Maybe upper mid-flight indies too, guys on that cusp of reaching the sort of a national level. But other than that, you're going to have problems.
Yeah, I don't see them doing shows with GFW anytime soon or whatever. It just,
it'll be Sorry, Sean. It would be a cold day in hell before they ever work with Jeff Jarrett.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But I think he does mean it, because I think he knows, and he's not stupid. He knows that competition makes you better. If you kill everybody around you, you're not competing with anything. You're just the king, and you're rolling around, and people are going to eventually sour on you because there's nothing else to compare you to other than WWE itself, and then, it's not the same thing. So I think that he's not out there actively trying. Those reports that come out where he's not the one actively trying to do it. Now, if Vince McMahon is out there trying to actively, hurt ROH or whatever, that's another whole deal, because we already know how Vince McMahon feels about keeping people around and whatever,
You see, I think it's in Vince McMahon's benefit to keep Ring of Honor around, though, because of all the footage and stuff down there. Like for the guys that are starting to make their way up into the WWE now. You look at a guy like a Kevin Owens and a guy like a Sami Zayn. Eventually, they're going to want to put out DVD career retrospectives for these guys, especially if they ever reach the point where we as fans feel they're capable of. And it would be important for the WWE to look to companies like a Ring of Honor and like a PWG and like an AIW and stuff in order to get the footage for these guys before they were famous, much like they did for IWA Mid-South for the CM Punk DVD.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but if WWE comes to your door and says, hey, we want to use some of your tape library for this DVD, and we're going to pay you this much, you think Sinclair's going to say no?
Not at all.
They're not. Just saying.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. What benefit does it do to them to put ROH out of business so they can't continue to develop these stars?
Oh, no, I agree. That's the whole point. Triple H knows he's getting a lot of the talent from ROH, and he's playing coy because, and I just really think that Triple H is not of that mindset. Like, he cares about what's happening in NXT. He's not out there going, okay, let's just kill all these indies on purpose. No, that's not his deal.
I'm like a cliche machine tonight. The phrase that comes to mind here is complacency breeds contempt. To the point where if they stagnate the independent scene to the point that there's nothing there, then NXT is not going to seem as special as it is right now.
Right.
Yeah. But there's always going to be the next guy that's great, or the next group of guys that are going to be must-see people on the independents. That's just never going to go away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a cycle. It really is, and I think that Triple H understands that. I don't think it's out of that thought process.
Do you guys read PWI?
Not really.
Yeah, I'm not big on it.
The reason I asked is because PWI in their newest issue actually had something about that there. Inside of the newest issue, they do something called 15 mini covers, Wrestling's Rising Stars, and it's people on like the independent scene and then people who are just signed into NXT that they feel will be the next crop of guys to be named talent in this industry. So it's like what Sean just said there. There's always going to be that next group of guys and that next company coming up that's going to provide stuff for people to watch. It's just a case of, do you want to take away all of the major independents for these people to hone their crafts? And I say the answer to that is no.
Mm-hmm. What do you guys think?
I think it's a fair point. I don't know. I'm not. I don't know. I'm just not. Yeah. I don't know. Let me think about it for a second.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult.
All right. Well,
go ahead.
If you guys need a few moments to process your thoughts here, I'll throw you some of the names that they have inside of the magazine. Now, some of these names are people that are already stars. Like Charlotte. This magazine went to publication a couple months ago. It has a published date of October 2015 on it, but it went to publication a couple months ago. So this was before Charlotte and Sasha's call, but they're listed on here. The other names that they include people like Seswa Uha, who is now going to be known as Apollo Crews, who's just now starting in NXT. Bram, which I disagree with because I think his history in the WWE kind of disqualifies him. But then there are other names that I think will be future stars in the WWE, of people like an Adam Cole, and when she gets another chance, an Eva Lee, and ACH, and do you guys think, what about a Ricochet? They list him as Prince Puma here, but most independent fans are going to know him as Ricochet.
I think Ricochet is great on the indie circuit when he's allowed to be Ricochet. I think when you take away what makes him special, which is all the craziness that he does, and when you look at the WWE, when they kind of want to rein all that in, I don't know if that's a good situation for him to be in.
Mm-hmm.
I would argue.
I think he would be. I think he would do fine. I just, we've seen him rein in a little bit with Prince Puma. So, I mean, I cannot imagine he's going to do less than what he does for Prince Puma, honestly.
I can.
Even if he does, he's still not going to be... We see what they do with NXT. It's not like if the fans like you and you are there and you're prominent, you don't have a stupid character like Solomon Crow, it's going to work for you. You know? And
yeah,
I don't think they'll do that to Ricochet.
I said poor Sammy. I agree with you about Solomon Crow. And the thing is how many of us were worried that they were going to make El Generico tone down all of his offense? And the only thing that he's really done is gotten rid of the turnbuckle brainbuster. Pretty much everything else is still intact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we're not talking about somebody who's overly flashy off the top rope as Ricochet can be, or all this stuff. I mean, you can use Neville as an example, but Neville is like pitch point perfect on everything he does, high flying wise. I mean, you could argue Ricochet is as clean, but I don't know if anybody is as consistent as flying off top rope as Neville is. And why do you need a Ricochet when you have a Neville? You know.
I will say this much to your thought there, Paul. I have yet to see Ricochet screw something up when it comes to a flying move.
There's nothing immediately that comes to mind recently.
So I think as long as he can have the precision that a guy like Neville has with the Red Arrow, I think they'd be fine with him using like the 630 as his tradition in NXT, and I think that move would be super over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, yeah, because nobody else freaking does it. Not to mention, I mean, the possibilities. I mean, if Neville's still kind of where he's at, when if you do get Ricochet, saying that also means Lucha Underground has to fold because he's locked into a huge ass deal with Lucha Underground. But if that folds and he's open, and WWE says, and Triple H says, okay, let's bring him in. If Neville's still where he's at, I imagine a Ricochet and Neville tag team. That's insane.
Oh yeah. Oof. That'd be
They are former
awesome.
Dragon Gate USA Tag Team Champions, actually. I know they're former... It might not be Dragon Gate USA. It might be original Dragon Gate. I know they're former Tag Team Champions in one of the Dragon Gate promotions.
That would be Japan Dragon Gate, right, Paul?
I would imagine so, because I don't think... The first ever tag champs for the American version were Pac and Naruki Doi, so it was probably the Japanese version.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I would assume so, just because I don't think there's been a lot of champions for the Open United Gate titles.
Are those titles even in existence anymore?
No, because I think DG USA, I think, is pretty much folded.
Yeah, it's all through Evolve now, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would have to be the Open the Twin Gates.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Harry, I'm gonna let you kind of, any of that thing you want to wrap up on this. I have another quick hit. We're gonna jump in here before we move on to some other talk. So, anything else you want to mention on this subject?
No, if you guys get a chance, I'd suggest checking that article out about the 15 young stars to watch rising.
Yeah, I think it sounds really interesting. I do want to check it out for sure. I just haven't had a chance to really sit down and read anything as of late. But yeah, definitely, people out there, go check it out. I think it's definitely a great read. Something else we want to touch on before we get out of quick hits, though, guys, and this is interesting, and I really want to know Harry's thoughts on this. One of the fans out there contacted Lana and said that, she would never be anything until she got in the ring and actually had a match. And Lana responded to him basically by saying, I don't have to be in the ring to be, a legend, or I forget her exact wording on that. But I just want to know what you think about this, Harry, because, we've seen Lana, we've seen her be at a peak. We've also seen her kind of fade a little bit, if you ask me personally. She hasn't been as prominent as of late, despite, her being in a feud here. What do you think about that? Do you think she actually needs to wrestle, or do you think she can be what she is and just be an entertainer?
She has to ask herself, would she rather be Sunny or would she rather be Trish Stratus? And I don't mean Sunny Skype / Vivid Video / whatever you want to say, the latter-day Sunny. I'm talking more Sunny in the mid-'90s, back when, she was still super hot and, oh my God, Sunny. She has to ask herself if that is the peak of what she wants, to be out there, to be involved in storylines, to do the occasional ring announcing thing or the promotions or stuff, or does she want to be somebody that the fans can look at and say that she takes this crap serious? That is not a decision us fans get to make. That is a decision that CJ Perry has to make herself.
Mm-hmm. She could also be Sable, where she wrestles every now and then. And
well, the thing about that is that the thing about her being Sable is that Sable had definitive training before she went into her pro wrestling career. To my knowledge, Lana's training is minimal at best inside of the ring.
That's what NXT is there for. It's not like she doesn't have the ability to do it whenever she wants. Yeah. Or Brian Kendrick, who seems to be the man of choice when it comes to females.
I was going to say, I think she would be more likely to train with Brian Kendrick than she would be to train with the NXT roster, because I don't imagine that they're going to send her down to NXT for any kind of extended length of time. She's not going to get the Eva Marie sent down to the minors to improve her wrestling thing. Although, if you believe what you've heard, Eva's was by choice, not by force.
Yeah.
Oh,
but you're also
to clarify what Harry was saying earlier, it's actually, Harry has it mixed up. Pac was the first Open the United Gate champion, but with Masato Yoshino. Ricochet got it with CIMA afterwards.
The Spikes Mohican.
And the Open the Twin Gate is Naoki Doi and Masato Yoshino. Pac doesn't win. When Pac wins it, he wins it with Hayabusa Kid. So.
I could have sworn him and Ricochet held tag titles together.
Yeah. Interesting.
I watch too much wrestling. It all kind of bleeds together after so long, I guess.
I feel you, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's your burnout doing, Sean?
It's okay. I think being able to just sit down and like play some games and do stuff with my daughter and stuff like that kind of I got myself to just watch Raw anyway, but because we don't do this show right after Raw or the day after, I don't usually watch Raw all the way. That's why I don't really call into the reaction that much anymore, because I didn't watch the whole show. So.
Well, it could be worse. You could do what Dustin did this past week and not watch the show at all and still call in.
I need to do that then.
I will hang up on you, Gary.
I know you will. That's why I haven't called. I know.
That's what you do to friends right there. You just hang up on them.
It's like when your friend drunkenly calls you at 3 a.m. in the morning. Hey, man, what's your click?
Yeah. I'll be back in the morning. Oh, man. Well, Paul, before we get out of this whole quick hit segment, I got to hear your opinion on this whole Lana thing. Do you think, kind of what Harry's saying, or how do you feel?
I lean more towards the idea that she very well could be a Sable if she wanted to be. Sable, if you discount her run as women's champion, only really wrestled when the angle called for it. I don't see why Lana couldn't do that. Even if she's only training a little bit here and there with Brian Kendrick or with Sarah Del Rey or whoever they want to send her down to learn from. And both of those are terrific choices, by the way, too. But she'll do fine. You get her going with the right people and the right angles, and it's not going to take very long before she gets over.
Yeah. No. Well, we'll have to see what the future really does hold for Lana, but, right now it's kind of sketchy at the moment because I know not a big pop.
Gary, real quick here.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to this whole Lana thing here, do you think the fact that we're in a PG era hurts her ability to do what Sunny and Sable did?
Oh, that's a good question. I think her character at the moment doesn't go along with them, but maybe if she could, I think you're right. I think that she would be getting over more if she had the ability to do the things that Sunny and Sable did, just because of the times. And I think that once again, sex sells, and so I think it'd be a lot better help for her. But now she's got to actually use personality, and if she doesn't have that, she has nothing, because if she's not in the ring and actually doing what everybody else does on that Divas roster, I think she does sell herself short. So, yeah, I kind of agree. I think that she doesn't have the same opportunities as those ladies had.
I think she'll still get a lot once she eventually gets away from the Russian character and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I was just about to say that. I don't think it's going to be so much the fact that she doesn't have the bra and panties and the pudding and the stuff, those kind of matches to play off of there. It's a case of a lot of times her character hinders her, too. It's because, let's be honest, there's nothing male fans want to cheer more than the smoking hot blonde.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And if she's able to get away from this Lana character and actually be more of herself, Steve Austin's always said that the best characters are just extensions of ourselves.
Right.
It's true.
If she's allowed to be more of herself as Lana rather than the Russian character Lana there, I think that would do a lot to help her credibility and as far as her popularity goes, too.
Yeah, she just has to pull a Kofi Kingston, and do we know her personality? That's the biggest question. Is the Russian thing actually better than who she really is? Honestly. She may not be that entertaining.
You're making me crazy.
Yeah, so.
Oh,
hang up on him, Sean.
Okay.
No, don't do it. We'll let him get a lot away with that.
He'll eventually hang up on himself when his phone does something weird.
That's true.
I was just kidding.
Or if I get another phone call in and have to answer it like I did earlier.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So, well, it's definitely an interesting conversation, but we do want to go ahead and move on. We have a lot of show to fill, so we're going to cover some other things, but I just want to mention to everybody, we do have some other quick hits that we want to throw out there. The game that WB has out, Supercard, does have an update. They have some cool things that you need to go check out, so go check our Facebook page for that information. And, of course, we want to let you know the note that Roddy Piper's situation of him passing away, the autopsy came out, and of course he did have a blood clot that led to his passing away. So there's a lot of information there. We want to pass that along to you, and of course if you want more information, go check our Facebook page out. All that info is there for you, and we'd love for you to go check it out.
Speaking of indies, ROH has a big announcement they're going to make right before they do their the Friday show with New Japan, apparently. We'll get to talk about it on Sunday once we know what it is. But it's supposed to be probably going to reveal where the Japan shows are going to happen and whatever else that they have planned.
Do you have information, Harry, that maybe you can spill?
No, I have nothing for the ROH shows, but I was going to say about the Supercard thing, I can kind of hear James Vaughn Cannon celebrating from here.
Oh yeah, Fonte's already been championing everybody on the Facebook group to go get that game, which I got to download today.
In regards to the Piper thing, it's kind of telling as wrestling fans when we get to the point where somebody passes away and we're relieved that it isn't drug-related.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although this one's Austin-related, if you ask me. So.
Oh, God, scary.
I'm just telling you. And let's get over my bitterness. Let's move on. But I do have to ask one question. Harry, how long are you sticking around? Are you leaving or are you staying for Raw?
I got a Raw review in me.
Okay. Then Harry's going to stick around for this.
When are you guys doing your SummerSlam picks?
Right after Raw.
After this.
I will give you guys my SummerSlam picks here on W2M as well.
All right, sounds good with me. Okay, guys. Well, we are going to move on. And just to let anybody else know, hey, if you are still awake with us, and trust me, I know it's late, you can give us a call at 972-591-8620. And, of course, hey, we know it's late. You may be listening to us on demand. Hey, call that number anyway. Leave us a voicemail. Give us your predictions. We want to hear them. So you definitely don't forget, it is also a voicemail. It is not just a live number to call in. Okay? All right, well, guys, we are going to... Yeah, you can always call in and leave a voicemail. So there you go. All right, guys. Yeah, I know. You're going to be calling and calling and calling. I know it's going to be...
I'm going to be like, God, we got to read these 10 messages.
Oh, no. I'm just imagining the messages Tony's going to leave.
Something along the lines of AJ, Batman, AJ.
There you go.
I love this little...
I'm fine with that message, by the way.
Yeah. His link to the reaction on the Raw report was a big picture of AJ. That was funny.
Yeah, it's wonderful. So, all right, guys. Well, it's time to move on. Let's go ahead and talk some Monday Night Raw, and we'll be right back.
WWE Monday Night Raw.
All right, Harry, do you remember where Raw was? Because I forgot.
Minnesota.
Do I remember where it was?
Minnesota. That's right. Never mind. Minneapolis, Minnesota is where Raw was from, which is Brock's hometown where he did NCAA stuff. Supposedly his real hometown, South Dakota, whatever. But, I wouldn't really champion South Dakota either. So, apologize if we have any South Dakota listeners. But,
I don't. Screw you.
And he is from the Raw Reaction people.
You actively chose to live in South Dakota. That's your own damn problem.
Send your hate mail to Harry Broadhurst.
That's great. We'll just start doing that too.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah. So we started off with if I can get to where we started off here, because I trying to do the Twitter at the same time as I'm doing this. So the Authority come out and basically run down SummerSlam for us because hey, they can do it, right? I have somebody calling in here. I don't know who this is. Hello, welcome to Wrestling the Mags.
Hey.
Hey, Brandon?
Hey. Yeah, it's Brandon.
What's up, man?
How's it going?
Alright, well, you just came in right when we're doing Raw here, so...
Awesome. Perfect timing.
Yeah, so we begin with basically them running down the SummerSlam card, which we will do ourselves right after we get done with Raw here. They pretty much, made all the matches sort of feel important, and then they kind of gave you the matches for tonight as well. Nikki Bella against Sasha Banks. You get a, well, we find out Randy Orton and Cesaro are going to face Sheamus and Kevin Owens after this match, after this segment. Jon Stewart is going to, from the Daily, formerly of the Daily Show, his first gig is going to be hosting SummerSlam. Thank God it's not The Miz. And, yeah, I mean, we find out we're going to get a contract signing as well with Seth Rollins and John Cena. So what did you guys think of this opening segment? I sort of do not really care for them running down the card that we already know, but I also have to remember that there's a lot of people that don't watch Raw every week, and that, they might be watching this because they know SummerSlam's about to happen on the weekend, and they go, oh, all these matches are happening, okay.
You see, this used to be a regular occurrence, Sean, where they would go over the cards, the Raw before the pay-per-view itself. I'm okay with them doing stuff like this as long as they can keep it time efficient. Mm-hmm. And the segment itself was only about 8 or 9 minutes long, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it. It seems to be, as you said, it seems to be a regular occurrence. Now it seems like every Monday night it's the Authority coming out to start off the show and, running down the card to get everyone excited and to keep everyone tuned in to Raw and trying to get people amped up for Raw. And this was an added bonus of, they were trying to get people amped up for SummerSlam and, run down the card, remind people that it's going to be a 4-hour show and yada, yada, yada. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with it as long as they do it properly. And, I liked what they did last week where, they had a bit of conflict with it with Rollins and, Owens and Cesaro, and the other people that were involved, and Orange was the other one that was involved. So, I mean, if they do it the right way, I'm perfectly fine with them doing it. I just don't want it to become like a regular occurrence where it becomes too tedious. So, I mean...
Well, I mean, the way they go about doing the pay-per-views, a lot of the matches don't show up until the last week or so. I don't think we have to worry about that they're going to do it every week, until the next pay-per-view or whatever.
Yeah. Well, and what's going to be annoying is if they continue doing this like this, where they're, especially with a pay-per-view where they're running down the card the week before, and then suddenly, like, 2 days before the pay-per-view something happens and, you know, the card gets changed drastically as a result of it, like it did last time with Ryback getting injured like a couple of days before and everything. So, I mean, yeah, I understand some things are unavoidable, but, you know, you don't want to run down a card like that and, you know, get everyone amped up for certain matches and then suddenly something happens that takes the match out.
Fair enough. Paul?
I thought the opening segment was fine. They ran down the card, sure, which I'm totally fine with, as I remember the days of yore when they used to do that on Raw. But I think it worked even better because they tied it into making matches for the rest of the show, which is a fine way to open the show, if you ask me.
And I think it also comes off much better for the live crowd and for the people that are watching that Stephanie and Triple H are the ones doing it and not just watching the announcers run down a bunch of graphics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all the interactions between Stephanie and Triple H and all the whole little, just the little things that they put in there, kind of add to the entertainment of it, like you're saying.
Even the network quotes aren't so hokey when it's Stephanie and Triple H do.
Exactly.
Well, and also it takes some time off of that because instead of having to, you know, fade in and fade out these, you know, these different spots of like them showing the different the different matches on screen, Stephanie and Triple H are just saying them, and it takes them, you know, 5 seconds to run down the card.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, they still had graphics shown.
Well, they did have some graphics, but not nearly as much as, you know,
when the announcers would do it.
Yeah.
No,
well,
I
that's
agree
so that
with
you don't have to sit there and stare at Michael Cole and JBL while they're, you know.
What's wrong with occasionally looking at an announcer? Never mind.
You forget which announcers we're talking about here.
Yeah, if it were Jim Ross, I think we'd be all for it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Vince would tell you he wouldn't want to look at Jim Ross either. So.
Yeah, well, Vince is kind of an a-hole, so, you know, there's that.
Yeah, well, you know what? He's made an empire of being an a-hole, so it is what it is. But anyway, moving it along, we do get lots of mid-card stuff to hype up those mid-card matches. We get Randy Orton and Cesaro against Sheamus and Kevin Owens. Cesaro's section there, not as heavy as it has been, but it was there. I like the fact that Michael Cole is embracing it. They're letting you know that it's there. You know, Cesaro is looking good in these tag matches and these multi-mans. Maybe he is getting pushed, you guys. Maybe that he did grab that brass ring, as Vince McMahon would say. What did you guys think here? Paul?
I dug the match entirely. It was, I mean, it's nothing to write home about, but it's certainly nothing terrible. It's got your fun spots in here. Flying European uppercuts always get a rise out of me. Cesaro taking that, or Kevin Owens, excuse me, taking that pretty sick boot on the apron. I enjoyed it.
Brandon?
Yeah, I mean, it was a fun match. Yeah, the European uppercuts running back and forth between the turnbuckles was pretty fun to watch, and Cesaro, you know, it definitely seemed like they were pushing Cesaro in that match. You know, he was getting some really good spots, and then the ending, you know, with them trading, attempting to trade finishers, and, you know, Owens, you know, trying to get the pop-up powerbomb and Orton trying to get the RKO and Owens countering it and then hitting the RKO on Sheamus was a pretty good spot.
Like that whole flub there, though.
Yeah, it was a tiny bit, but I mean, it was still a good ending. All in all, I think, and it was a good match. I just hope. I mean, we've talked about this before. I just hope that, especially in the case of Owens and Cesaro, that they're going to be going somewhere with them and not just kind of putting them in random feuds without any real, like, clear endpoint.
Mm-hmm. I had the same feeling, and especially during this match with Kevin Owens. I get so concerned. He stressed me out even more during this match because of his flubs. I don't know. I just worry so much about Kevin Owens. Another thing I just want to mention, Cesaro, once again, Sean just mentioned, it looks great in this match. I think that, of course, he is getting this opportunity to look good, not because of the brass ring thing. I think if you're looking at what Vince would say he's not quite there yet. He still speaks too much of a foreign language. But I think that
I think he's going to have that problem for a while, though.
I agree, but that's Vince McMahon. But my other thing about this whole situation is I think really we're seeing Cesaro put in a brighter light here because he is helping out WWE and he is sacrificing himself to face off against ZZ next week on Tough Enough.
Oh, God.
God forbid.
Do we want to go ahead and do this now?
No, I'm just mentioning that real quick.
Well, we got to talk about it somewhere.
If you really want to, I guess you can.
I just hope Josh wins. I really hope so. Because ZZ getting $250,000 and walking that locker room, oh boy, I can already imagine the crap he is going to get.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to end up with JBL's finger in his butthole.
Ooh.
Oh, dear.
Lord.
I am not making that up. There's an actual story about this.
I think the thing is, for me, if ZZ wins, Josh is going to get a contract anyway. If Josh wins, I don't know that ZZ will get a contract. So, I don't think Josh loses out other than in the money. Which, to me, I think it would be really cool for his... I mean, not that, ZZ's young, and I'm sure he has a family he'd love to give some of that money to and whatever, but me being, a father, and, Gary can attest, just, it's sweet, like seeing Josh with the stuff with his daughter and stuff, and that guy really is starting to, feel like superstar kind of dude, I feel that superstar vibe off of him, whereas ZZ is totally Santino. Just except for Santino actually cared about wrestling. So, I just... And the same thing is going to happen to Sarah Lee. Like, Amanda's going to get a contract if Sarah Lee wins. So it doesn't really matter, I think, what happens there. It's just, to me, I almost hope somehow the people that are voting just stop trolling and vote for the person that really is going to do something. I think.
Well, I think the problem is that the people. While yes, there are a lot of true wrestling fans that are watching it. At the same time, especially with the way it's been presented this year, a lot of true wrestling fans have tuned out, and now it's more like reality TV type people that are watching it, and that's why ZZ is getting more of the votes because he caters more towards that crowd. So it's not even so much a trolling, it's just that the fans that are watching it are the wrong type of people that you want in wrestling.
I would agree, but they've gone wrestling heavy the last couple of weeks, though.
Oh, yes, they have, but the wrestling fans have tuned out because of the horrible way that they handled the first couple of weeks.
I have watched exactly a grand total of 0 minutes of this year's Tough Enough. I have no interest whatsoever.
Paul's right there with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So Paul's like,
right, in regards, getting back to our original topic here for the Cesaro and Orton versus Owens and Sheamus match here. I have a problem with this match.
Okay.
And we discussed this in detail on the reaction on Monday, and the fact that they're giving away finishes for their pay-per-view matches and tag matches on Raw 6 days before. There was absolutely no reason that that one of the matches on Sunday should have been the finish in this match.
Mm-hmm.
If you're
I
going
don't
to
care
have
because it's Orton and Sheamus. Who cares?
But the thing is you take away from the match itself. Orton's already pinned Sheamus. What freaking difference
How
does it
many
make?
times have you seen that match?
Okay, then just as importantly, why is that match on my SummerSlam card?
Because they need filler.
Yeah. I mean, especially with it being 3 hours, I mean, you kind of expected them to, or that's what I meant, 4 hours. with it being 4 hours, you kind of expected them to put like some crummy match that, you know, they know they're using just as filler and will probably be just like a layoff match after, like, they'll probably put it as a layoff match after Undertaker Lesnar or something.
I actually think Taker Lesnar is going to be the main event, but in regards to the Horton and Sheamus match, I think that the best way to have any kind of interest in this match here is, yeah, you can have them meet in regular matches on Raw and stuff, even in tag matches here, if you have some kind of stipulation attached to make the match at SummerSlam seem special.
Yeah.
They had a shot at doing it for the briefcase, but they chose not to.
Well, that's because I think Orton's going over because since Sheamus has the briefcase, Sheamus can lose no matter what.
Or maybe because Sheamus is cashing in.
We'll get to that later.
Who knows?
Don't step on my toe, Sean.
Anybody else? Anybody else want to talk about this match before we move on?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So, how did you guys... I love this because it's a long time since we've seen the Undertaker in the funeral parlor almost. Short and sweet. Wasn't anything, you know, overly long, but I enjoyed it. Anybody have a bone to pick with the Undertaker old school segment here?
None whatsoever.
No.
All I've got to say is I would have, especially with how they were pushing it to start off, I would have liked to have them. I would have liked to have had Undertaker actually in the building at a point.
Fair enough.
See, I think having Taker in the arena at the start of the show, though, gives away the fact that he's going to interrupt Lesnar later. I think it was wise to have him appear in a pre-tape.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because his promo ability has not aged as well as his wrestling ability has.
That's also a very fair point there.
Yes.
So, moving it along, we do have Ambrose and Wyatt coming out to watch which Ambrose has no problem telling us this is a rematch from SmackDown, everyone, so don't watch it. Roman Reigns against Luke Harper. I thought this was fine. I love the fact that Ambrose is a wonderful commentary person. He sold me on this match more than anything else that has happened in this feud. We don't know why we're fighting, but we just hate each other and we're fighting because that's what we do. And the fact that, you know, they only have 3 things that they do together or whatever, but it's like just Ambrose was great here. He was the best part of this to me, but you know, what did you think?
All I've got to say first is when they both retire, can we please have a commentary booth of Dean Ambrose and Titus O'Neil?
You know what? That would be awesome.
Only if they rehire Rob Naylor to do play-by-play.
I don't know about that.
Let's not push it.
You know,
anything?
People like Rob Naylor. I was the exact same point that you did on the reaction, Sean. I completely agree. The standout for this entire match was Ambrose on commentary. He single-handedly better put over Roman Reigns and Luke Harper than any of the other announcers have done in this entire build to SummerSlam.
And I have not listened to the reaction yet, so I'm not stealing your lines or anything.
Yes, you are. It's cool.
Yeah.
I'm not. I have not listened to the reaction yet. I'm not kidding. Okay, but whatever.
The one thing I'll say about this match, you know, it was good for what it was worth. You know, we kind of expected a match like this. The one thing that sticks out in my mind is I am getting sick of the racism. Why does Saxton always have to stand up? Why can't Michael Cole stand up?
Because it's a joke, Gary.
I don't.
It's the running joke now.
If nobody had chanted Byron sit down the week before, they wouldn't have done that, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm nervous about that. You know, I just think they should have made JBL stand up.
They're ribbing the new guy at the table.
Yeah.
Perhaps you're forgetting our running joke on the show, which is Gary has to kill every joke ever.
Yeah. I always have to bring up some terrible social aspect of it, you know?
Of course.
Of course.
You have to ask yourself, Gary, is the segment racist, or are you? Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, now we
terrible.
turned this into a bad thing.
Oh, man. You heard about my Jew jokes, I guess, huh? Oh.
Gary, God, you're like just... I apologize for any... You know.
I kid, everybody. If you know me personally, you know I kid. Anyway, we can move on past this and actually talk wrestling.
Dean Ambrose, great on commentary. Luke Harper, Roman Reigns do have chemistry in the ring together, so they did work a fairly good match, I thought. Very hard-hitting and very enjoyable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this was a good match. I mean, it wasn't, as Dean Ambrose said on commentary, and, you know, it was a rematch of what happened at SmackDown the week before, and it was just a lead-up match to SummerSlam, to the tag team match. I'm just really hoping that this tag team match lives up to what its potential is, because all four of those guys are very good in the ring, and they can certainly make a big statement in this match and have it be a really good match. All four of these guys are very competent in the ring and can do some pretty brutal stuff. So, you know, hopefully we see a good match, and then I don't know what's going to happen as a result of this. You know, you've been hearing all the speculation on it about Sting and everything. So it'll be a fun match to watch just because of the anticipation that it has and the uncertainty that this match has brought.
Yeah. I agree with you on that one. So let's move it along. We have our first Divas Revolution match. I'm just going to start calling it this because, you know, we have to keep having that rubbed in our faces every day. Every time we watch Raw or any WWE product at this point. This didn't last too long, thankfully, because Tamina is just... Boy,
awful.
She's not good. Not good at all.
She's not Jimmy.
Becky wins with the disarmer, so Tamina taps. And yeah, there's that. We also have Mark Henry and Rusev, blah on that. And hey, the best part about that is that we have Lana on commentary doing her thing. And then we also have this segment at the end, which is basically Dolph coming back, which was awkward at first because it was Lana kind of like waiting there like, yeah, that music's going to hit at some point, right? Like, it's happening? Okay, good, it's happening. Okay, and then Dolph comes in, and Rusev gets beat down. And there you go, and there, you know.
You can definitely tell we're in the PG era of Raw, because if that would have happened in the TV-14 era of Raw, as long as it took them to hit Dolph's music, Lana would have gotten put in the accolade.
Mm-hmm. You're right. That's true.
That is very true.
Anything about any of this stuff? I thought Dolph coming back here was good, and Lana got some revenge, so...
We need to talk about that high kick Lana laid out on Summer, because that was amazing.
She went straight up to Jerry on Summer. I thought it was awesome.
Nailed it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Summer showed her how to do some kicks there.
In regards to Dolph's return here, I think this is probably the best Dolph has looked in this entire angle, so it's good that he has the momentum going into the match with Rusev at SummerSlam, at least.
I'm just glad he dropped the 80s gimmick.
I didn't have a problem with it. I like the 80s.
I know you do, Gary, but,
spell Megadeth correctly if he keeps it?
What?
Did he spell Megadeth correctly if he were to keep the 80s gimmick with the fringe vest?
He upgraded to 90s now, running in with the denim jean jacket.
Mm-hmm. I just hope he starts looking like Raven pretty soon. So.
What about me? What about Ziggler?
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, actually.
I'd watch that.
How are we doing
The question becomes who's Tommy?
Yeah.
Zack Ryder.
Yep.
Zack Ryder is everybody's Tommy.
Exactly.
They can pull, it's him and Kofi again forever.
Oh, God.
But yeah, anything else?
I mean, well, my only thing is, have they announced anything? Are they doing anything at SummerSlam?
Yeah,
with this?
Dolph and Rusev.
Oh, it's just going to be Dolph and Rusev.
I just said that.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear you.
It looks like they're going to do the mixed tag and not a champions from what.
Oh, okay then. I mean, yeah, this it was definitely cool seeing Dolph come back and everything. You kind of expected it, especially with Lana out there on commentary, in preparation for the match at SummerSlam. But I mean, so what is Mark Henry now like? Rusev's personal jobber or something?
Yeah.
Because it seems like he's been the one that has been jobbing to Rusev for the past, 3 months?
To steal a line from Gary, it's because he's black.
Mm-hmm. You hit the nail on the head.
Rusev the racist has returned again.
Yes, he has.
Well, here's the thing. If we recall, when Rusev was first coming up, it was all African-American guys he was beating. He's just going back to his roots. I mean, maybe roots is a bad choice of words.
Yeah.
We're rolling in it today. Which is
yes, we are.
Oh, man. Okay, I mean, not that this gets us really out of any hot water or anything, but, Ryback had to face The Miz with a Big Show on commentary.
What's against Miz?
He's great when he's talking. He's not that great doing other things.
Which I'm just afraid that they're going to do in this whole triple threat match at SummerSlam, that it's going to be The Miz basically sitting out of the ring, out on the floor, maybe even doing some commentary during this match, and then suddenly jumping into the ring when both of them are down and pinning them and winning the Intercontinental title.
Oh, Miz is walking out of SummerSlam with the IC title. That's almost a guarantee at this point.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was saying the first time when they were going to have this match.
Yeah.
Regardless of the fact that Ryback treated him like his own personal bitch on Raw.
I just don't want to see it. How many times has Miz had that IC title and he does nothing with it? At least Ryback has some promise. It's just,
Yeah.
Well,
because for whatever reason, actually, I know precisely the reason.
December, right? That
what?
Santa's Little Helper movie. I'm assuming.
Oh yeah.
Well, not to mention, this is also probably the WWE's way of thanking Miz for bailing him out of the He Who Shall Not Be Mentioned version 2 on Tough Enough situation.
He was already doing tough talk. It really wasn't that big of a stretch.
Yes, but since He Who Shall Not Be Mentioned version 2 got kicked off of the show, they needed another judge to fill in.
Again, not that big of a stretch. But whatever.
But, I mean, another reason why Miz gets these, unbelievable pushes for no reason is because, the writer, half the writers, in creative are reality TV writers, and they think, the fans want reality TV stars. They want, they want a guy that has the Miz's gimmick as champion, It's basically, WCW with David Arquette all over again. Oh, we're going to toss this on you because you act like an A-list. It's not quite to that level, but, it is that type of, he's a movie star, he's, a celebrity, and yeah. So we're going to, give him a push even though he doesn't deserve it in the wrestling ring.
Okay, under that line of thinking, wouldn't Maven have a job again now?
Who?
Maven wasn't bad.
He actually just got back into wrestling. I don't know if you guys covered that or not.
Yeah. He cut a nice promo, that nice little video promo he had. I mean, I didn't ever dislike Maven. I thought he could have been something if he stayed around. He had a nice drop kick. Oh.
Man shall not be judged on dropkick alone, Sean.
Well, some people have amazing drop kicks. If that's all they did, it'd be, you'd still be talking about them today. But anyway, I'm gonna hold off on the big segment until the end. I love the New Day they're just amazing. I'm losing words to describe how great New Day are. The segment where the promo that they do, where they're all rhyming, and then Xavier Woods just goes off on everybody, and then forgets that they're supposed to be rhyming. That was great. And then they still do the New Day Rock stuff at the end, and the crowd is just totally. I can totally see them get turned the other way at some point, and it will be magical. But yeah, I mean, when we have this, what's sort of been the running theme here of this 8-man stuff, this is whatever. It wasn't anything that great, honestly. That goes with pretty much all the matches on this show. But yeah, if we're talking about promos as well, I thought this was a show. Like also we're going to talk about with NXT, a show for promos. Stardust killed it in his promo. Can we get a Lords of Darkness tag team? Because I want that to happen now. Especially after we get the Cosmic King with his whatever that chess piece was that was just ridiculously so bad I had to keep laughing. But what did you guys think? I thought it really helped further along the stuff with Amel and whatnot.
Oh yeah, I love the whole comic book gimmick and the comic book stuff that they've been doing. They've been showing comic book strips on Raw and of the four of them, and it's just been something fun. This is just like one of those fun gimmicks or fun feuds that have been fun to watch, and it'll be interesting to see Stephen Amell in the ring on Sunday.
Harry?
Yeah, it's a case of, we had a caller on the reaction a couple of weeks ago questioning this whole Neville and comic book thing, asking whether or not we thought it was going to work. And I think I said to him, and what I'll say to you guys here is, I think that they're aiming towards that market that used to watch like the Saturday morning, the WWF cartoon on Saturday mornings, and the kid generation that is watching the cartoons on Saturday mornings and stuff, and they're aiming towards that younger demographic with this gimmick, and I think it's working perfectly.
I can see that. They're totally trying to hit on the current fad of superheroes right now, though. And it totally works because, one, Stephen Amell is awesome, and two, because the dude legit looks the part of a wrestler, too, if he wanted to do it. And he seems to be totally on board for all this, which makes it even better. And to add icing onto that cake, Stardust has been nailing every single one of these promos. I really dug everything he's done since he's been back after his the sad passing of his father. And this might be one of the matches I'm most hyped for this entire weekend. It's going to be amazing.
I like how he still found a way to throw in his dad in there with the multiple quiver mentions.
The only thing about this match that I'm unsure of is where Wade Barrett is going to fit into all of this and how he's going to play into all of this. What?
He's there to take the pin.
Yeah,
he's the Captain New Japan of. This.
I love it.
But yeah, Gary, what do you think?
Yeah, no, this is all great, and Stephen Amell is the center of this whole thing. Everything revolves around him because this is what's getting eyes on the product, especially from the outside world of wrestling. Everybody that doesn't watch wrestling is, of course, going to find a way to check out SummerSlam. Either go to a bar, find someone who likes wrestling, go to their house. Or they're going to find a way, or pay for the network for that night. They're going to find a way to watch Stephen Amell.
There are apparently a lot of Stephen Amell message boards that are going to pay for the network. for that one night to watch Stephen Amell wrestle, apparently.
Yeah. So
hey, if that's the case, then this is great promotion by WWE, that they're getting fans that would normally not watch wrestling to suddenly, we're going to watch it for a night.
Exactly. You're correct on that. And, of course, I think this is a positive thing. So who really cares about the match itself, really, because that's what's released for Vince. I don't even think it's going to be anything special, but I think it's just going to be fun. It's all about
special watching what Amel's going to get to do and stuff.
Yeah, it'll be great that way, but, I mean, I hope no one expects a serious match here.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what, Glenn, who's following along in the chat, he's saying, Barrett's going to be the Paul Orndorff, and we're going to basically get Amell being the Mr. Tease and to come in, do a few things, and everybody's going to love it and go crazy, and,
I mean,
I have 5 words.
What?
Go for it.
No, go ahead, Braden. You started first.
Okay. What I was just going to say was, I think this, along with the Sheamus and Orton match, it is kind of filler, but it's something, it's a fun match that'll just, it's something fun for the fans to watch. It's not really going to be taken all that seriously. And as you guys mentioned, it is kind of like a Mr. T type of thing where he's just coming in, to get the fans riled up and, to give the fans something to cheer about outside, not fully outside of wrestling, but, it's not your normal thing that you see in wrestling. And it's just something fun that, a lot of fans will be watching and having fun with.
Mm-hmm.
I can sum up this match in 5 words. Finish what you started, kid. I honestly think that this right here is going to be the way to write off the Stardust character.
Well.
Amell and Neville vanquish Stardust once and for all at SummerSlam, and he comes back as Cody Rhodes.
Totally behind that idea.
I would be down for it, especially if we get, the pretty Dusty Rhodes. So.
What?
The
Dashing
first gimmick.
Cody, you mean?
Dashing
the Dashing?
Cody, yeah.
Oh, Dashing Cody Rhodes, okay.
I like Dashing.
I thought we were
Cody
going to
Rhodes.
start bringing Dracula from the dead.
No. But I think that this will be the biggest pop we're going to get of the night. And the reason I say that is you're going to have a lot of superstars, a lot of big things happen. But it's going to get the loudest pop because Stephen Amell without a shirt is probably going to sell everyone on this match.
Man, Gary, you just keep delivering those home runs there.
There you go. Just
but, I mean, while I
do what?
While I could agree with you on that with Cody Rhodes dropping the whole Stardust thing and going back to being Cody, he just has so much momentum off of this storyline of him being this super villain. I don't I can't, in a way, I was getting bored of the Stardust character at first, but this has kind of brought it back out, and I want to see more of him be this kind of over the top supervillain type. And I want them to continue this and maybe have him go up against, maybe King Barry or R-Truth or someone that can also be over the top. And, you could do a lot with something like that. So, I mean, yeah, I'd be okay with them bringing back Cody Rhodes, but at the same, and I feel like they will do it because of Dusty dying, but, at the same time, I would like to see a little more Stardust.
Let me tell you something. You get involved with a feud of R-Truth, it's the death of whatever character that you're doing.
That's true.
So,
And that's what's up.
I was just using
Brandon,
R-Truth.
I kind of want more of that character, actually. I'm really digging what Stardust is doing with these promos and everything. We know he can do it in the ring, so I don't know what they could really do once you're past the superhero and past Neville, because you don't have any more. Unless you're talking about Stardust is now going to have a feud with John Cena. What other superhero is there? I guess Roman Reigns. I don't know. But I think there's stuff left there for Stardust.
I think you used John Cena to turn him back into Cody Rhodes, actually.
Oh God.
That would
John
actually
Cena,
be
the ultimate vanquisher of everything.
That would actually be interesting if Cena lost the U.S. title, and with how he's been not entirely slumping, but with him losing to Kevin Owens and everything, Stardust comes in and is like, "You're losing your luster. You're not becoming Superman You're not Superman anymore. And yada yada yada. And I can take you down and finish you off as this evil Stardust." And then Cena, beats him and destroys Stardust. That would actually be a cool idea. And the only reason why I said R-Truth was before was because I didn't think he could be going up against a guy like Cena or Reigns. But I do agree with Sean that would be a good idea.
It wasn't Sean. It was.
Okay, sorry. I thought that was Sean that said that.
In regards to the Cena
he
thing,
could face Cena. Harry went with it.
Yeah.
In regards to the whole Cena thing, there, I actually don't think he faces Cena as Stardust, though. I'm going to give away one of my predictions right now. I think Cena wins the heavyweight title match and then gets cashed in on. So he still has the U.S. Open Challenge. He comes out the following night on Raw to issue the Raw U.S. Open Challenge, and it's answered by Stardust,
really?
but not as
Sheamus as
Stardust.
the champion? How boring is that?
Yeah, well, Sheamus is going to be the new face of the Authority, and we're looking at a Seth Rollins Triple H feud as well. But you're making me give away more than I want to right now.
It's okay.
Okay.
So my official thought process on it is that, and then Orton's win sets up a rematch between them in some kind of gimmick match at Night of Champions for the belt. But in regards to Cena comes out the next night on Raw, still the U.S. champion, having won the unification match, and he issues the U.S. Open Challenge, and it's answered, but it's answered by Cody.
All right. That sounds like a good deal to me. So, moving things along here, we still have a few things to get to. Sasha Banks and Nikki Bella.
That crowd was incredibly disrespectful.
I felt like this was a mess. This could have been so much better. Yes, the crowd was disrespectful, but it's also WWE for being disrespectful to the women, knowing that if you put them in the dead spot, right before everybody knows Lesnar's going to come out, what do you think is going to happen? They couldn't have put the 8-man, the tag match here. What would it have killed them to put it somewhere else on the card?
Well, in regards to your line of thinking here, I think you switch this place with I think you switch this match with Becky and Tamina, because the crowd's not going to care about Tamina anyways. I mean, I like Becky more than most do, but the crowd's not going to give a crap about Tamina. And then you have
they're trying to make this feel like it's the main event of the Divas stuff for the night.
All right, but you're putting them right before Lesnar and right after Cena and Rollins.
Oh, no, I agree with you. It was a really bad spot. Well, it wasn't right after Cena and Rollins, but
it was very close to it.
Well, that's their fault for not making that tag match longer. But still, we've talked about it ad nauseum. Putting the Divas in the dead spot is bad. Really bad when you're trying to still push these people up. Sasha can say all she wants about, yes, it is the crowd saying they want change, but then they don't want to change themselves. Yes, it is. But you also have to understand where you are. You're in Lesnar's hometown. People are wanting him. You're pushing this thing as a big deal for Lesnar to come. And then you put this thing with the Divas right before it. People aren't going to care at that point. Especially if the match, was what it was too.
Yeah. See, the problem I have with it is exactly what you're saying, Sean, is that while they're trying to push this whole Divas revolution, they're still booking the card with the Divas as the afterthought. So they're kind of being like, oh, we've got a spot here. Oh, we don't have anything else. Let's just toss a Divas match in there. So that's what's causing that. And I mean, yeah, it was very bad, but, you kind of expected it with what you were saying.
This is really the first week, I think, since they started the Revolution that I think they sort of did a disservice by putting it here. And it's not like, Nikki and Sasha went out there, put on a match that made you want to watch or anything like that, because there was a lot of whiffs here, mostly on Nikki's part. But that's not to say this wasn't terrible or unwatchable or anything like that, but it shouldn't have been where it was. And really, this should have been hyped much better, because the Divas champion against the NXT champion, some more hype behind it wouldn't have hurt this at all.
I agree with that, because I kind of felt like they were missing out that entire thing, and I think it would have made it better. I think if people would have been more respectable, enjoying it. But, I think they set themselves up for failure here.
I really think that's really crappy that they have Sasha Banks show up with that NXT Women's title everywhere but to the ring. I mean, how dumb is that? Like, you think people are so stupid they can't figure out that that's the NXT Women's Championship? Or are you that really afraid that people will not like the butterfly belt anymore? Are there really that many girls going out and buying that belt? That replica belt? I mean, that they're just so scared of? I mean, God, I cannot imagine.
Have you ever thought that E-Network doesn't want Sasha Banks to outdo Nikki?
Whatever.
That's a fair point.
That's a fair point. Yeah.
Just saying, because you want the center of attention to be on anybody who's on Total Divas, especially Nikki, who's the champion, and we all know that that's terrible, but that's what's going to happen. My God, Harry, Nikki Bella hasn't even defended that title in how long, and she's going to be the all-time holder of the Divas Championship. So I don't know, it's ridiculous to me.
Well, that's just a joke.
Yeah, the only reason that they're having Nikki break AJ's reign is to take AJ's name off of the record books there. It's the exact same reason they had Randy Orton win the WWE title at SummerSlam in 2004. It was to get Brock Lesnar's name off of the record books.
Yeah, but the funny thing is Randy Orton probably would have defended it, however many times. I just think it just shows you where they view her talent-wise, because they've had to hide her behind all these multi-man matches.
Because that's what happens when, yes, we're talking about the Divas Revolution right now.
Yeah. What?
Brandon, are you there?
I think we lost him.
Brandon.
The ring and everything.
There he is.
Yes.
Sorry, we lost you for a second there.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay.
Yes,
they're trying to push, that these girls are better in the ring and everything, but yet you still have a champion and you still have a culture within the Divas division like you had 4 or 5 years ago, where it's all about these, supermodels that can't wrestle. And they're still the ones that are getting pushed. And even more so now, I feel, because of Total Divas. Total Divas is controlling, at least, back when AJ was still in it, and especially when Punk was still part of the company, those two basically forced WWE's hands. WWE did not want, AJ to have the title because they were trying to push Total Divas at the time. But, their hands were forced. So, but now without AJ, despite the fact that Nikki is not good in the ring whatsoever, they're having her keep the belt solely because of Total Divas. So, until something like that changes, and I think that's another part of the reason for all the chants and everything in Minnesota. Obviously, it was partially because of Lesnar, but, until they actually show that they're trying to truly push this so-called Divas Revolution, it's still going to be looked at as a joke.
I still think that there's a chance that right before that record gets broken, somebody comes and beats her for it. They start hyping it up, and whether it's Charlotte or Sasha or somebody comes and beats her.
You gotta stop talking to Tony. He's influencing you.
One can only hope, but I highly doubt it'll happen.
Do it, Harry?
I think he drops the United Champions.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't be surprised because she has to defend the belt there.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So, unless they're gonna make a new rule where Nikki Bella doesn't have to defend the belt, you know. Or we bring back the championship scramble or something weird.
Actually, I like the scramble idea personally, but
with the way that the Divas Revolution's been going so far with the teams and everything, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw like a triple threat match at Night of Champions between like the top three, like the top person in each team, and then, you know, Nikki's not involved in the match for, you know, 3/4 of it, and then jumps in and, you know, steals the title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A fair point.
Not a bad.
I honestly think, I think it's going to be Paige, Sasha, and Nikki at Night of Champions.
And Paige and Sasha are doing most of the fighting for most of the time, and then, you know, Nikki.
You know what? Actually, I think we didn't give. She tries. I mean, look, like she messes up in these singles matches and whatever, and it all happens. I think part of it too is that you have to remember that they're fighting. They're all wrestling like for the first time with each other. They don't have all this rapport that we see with each other in NXT, and there's a lot to say for that. For me, you know, we don't know how much time they get to really go over stuff and how much time they're really told before the show. Hey, you guys are doing something tonight, whatever. You know, we know how badly Vince goes around and changes things and all that stuff. So I think until we find out that they have like weeks, which is not true. There's no way they have weeks to prepare for all these Raw matches. No way. So, you know, I think that, you know, it does show off some of that Nikki's not that great because, you know, she's having to wrestle Sasha. She's not used to the timing and all that stuff with Sasha yet, and they're only focusing on like some of their major moves. They're not really getting to work out things. So, you know, and I think in these triple threat matches, all these multi-person matches, I've seen Nikki try. They get involved and try to do big, you know, Tower of Doom spots and all that kind of stuff. So I don't want to like totally just say, oh well, we're gonna have these two wrestling and Nikki's not gonna do anything. They're gonna try to do the multiple person spots because it gets the crowd into it, you know. But you know, it is what it is at this point. So moving along, we have I want to get to this main segment before we go back to the Cena Rollins thing. So we get, you know, Brock coming out here. Paul Heyman does his thing, and he makes a joke about a Jedi mind trick and asking where Obi-Wan is. He sings a awesome song about Brock Lesnar and the Conqueror. Taker shows up, as you would expect, with a low blow, because that's Taker's thing now. He knows he can get the equalizer with the low blow. And the crowd actually boos Taker. We'll have to see if that happens at SummerSlam, though.
That only happened because it was in there, so.
Probably, yeah, but it's still going to be interesting to see what the dynamic is when you get to that match. I mean, we are talking about a smarky crowd. We could just get a dual chance the whole time, too. So, yeah. But Undertaker comes in, or Undertaker's the one standing tall at the top of the ramp to end the show. What'd you guys think of this segment? And, you know, if you go, well, they haven't gone by this for a long time, so I really can't, but you have Taker being the one at the end here getting the glory. You know, if you go back to old-time lore, that usually means you're not winning at the pay-per-view, but I cannot imagine they're not going to leave it open for a third match at some point. So, what do you guys think?
My official thoughts on this segment were that Glory, Glory, Heyman-Luya was fantastic.
Yes.
As far as the match goes, I don't see how you can not have Lesnar win this match on Sunday. And this is the perfect setup to put it in everybody's mind that Lesnar's winning. It's the old he who stands tall on the last Raw loses at the pay-per-view.
All right, but I don't think the casual fans really know that.
I think there's enough of a built-in reputation for that, though.
Mm-hmm. I understand that too.
I agree with you completely. I think the match entirely is a lose-lose scenario that seems to have just come about simply because these guys want to try and almost have a redo or a mulligan at what they did at WrestleMania last year. Because the booking for this hasn't made a ton of sense from the beginning, but I will say that what we've gotten out of this has been entertaining. But I think the only way you salvage anything out of this is have Brock go over again, because I don't see Undertaker beating Brock helping anybody but Undertaker, and that shouldn't be happening at this point.
Yeah, otherwise, what's the point of this massive dominant Lesnar role if he's just going to lose to Taker, who has, 2-3 more matches in him tops?
Yeah.
I would agree with you, but I don't think Vince necessarily cares about that.
I think, well, first off, when it comes to the crowd in New York, I think they're going to be more so on the side of Taker, just because of the history of Taker and everything. But in terms of, first off, in terms of the booking for Raw, I loved the fake out that they did, have the bell ring and have the lights dim for a second, and nothing happened early on in the speech. And then I love the Glory Glory Brock Lesnar song. And I mean, while yes, I agree with you guys that this is prototypical, Undertaker looks so powerful right now, and then he's gonna lose to Lesnar at SummerSlam, and then he'll basically be done. The only reason why I say I think Undertaker will win is because I feel like, maybe I don't really know how Lesnar is backstage, but I would hope that he kind of feels at least a little bit bad for them not getting as good of a match as they should have at WrestleMania because of what happened, on that first suplex that Lesnar gave Undertaker at WrestleMania. It seemed way too much like a shoot match at WrestleMania, and Lesnar was just beating Undertaker basically to death. So I would hope that Lesnar is like, okay, I'm gonna let Taker win this one, and not have him just get completely destroyed by Lesnar, and have Lesnar just basically kill the Undertaker. Because if Undertaker loses again and then still somehow comes back to do another WrestleMania match next year, then it just won't feel right. Even this year, after how badly Undertaker got beat at WrestleMania 28 or 29, I thought for sure, okay, Lesnar, or not Lesnar, Wyatt is going to beat Undertaker to assume the throne as, basically the new dead man, the new face of fear. I thought, Undertaker was going to do that as, him basically passing the torch, and then he was going to be done. So, but then now with him, that win by Undertaker didn't mean anything really. So, I think, Undertaker, if he's going to win, there has to be a reason for him to win. So I'm kind of mixed on this one. I think Taker should win, or at least have a better match this time, hopefully, than he did at WrestleMania. But I just don't know, as you guys have been saying, I don't know what they're going to do with this moving forward beyond it.
All right, anybody want to say anything there? Going once, going twice. All right. So the last thing we got to talk about here is this John Cena, Seth Rollins, which was a fantastic segment. Cena nailed it. I thought Rollins also nailed it, and now I really want to see this match. I think I'm really excited for this match now than I was before. Rollins bringing in the whole point of Cena didn't want to face him man-to-man about it, that he had to go to Tough Enough and say that he was ready. Quoting Bob Dylan, of all people, that I was very surprised by, considering that most of the audience that was younger has no earthly idea who he is. Then Cena comes in, and he just writes Rollins a new one, covering all the points, especially ending it with Triple H was never Ric Flair's bitch, and I will make you mine. Oof. Seth Rollins, man, go take a seat. You haven't burned. What'd you guys think here?
I dug the whole segment top to bottom. Rollins, as you said, nailed it. He's really turned into a solid heel and probably their best heel right now. And Cena, instead of going for a typical Cena promo, he turns about face and pulls out everything that you like about Cena when he cuts a promo. And this whole segment top to bottom is great.
I didn't have a problem with any of it, really. It was okay. It was, informative, and we got what we needed out of it. That was the most important thing.
Yeah, it was not your prototypical contract signing. Obviously you didn't have as much fighting as you do in a normal contract signing. But, it was definitely, fun to see. It was fun seeing Cena bring out his, rapper side again and, basically call out both Seth Rollins and Triple H and basically, and bring back some history and everything. So yeah, it was a good segment, and I've been always excited for this match. This match has always been one that, should be fun and should be exciting, but I'm just worried about where they're going to go from this. If they're not doing what some people are expecting with Sheamus cashing in, I don't know where they're going to go with this if someone is holding both belts.
Harry?
Well, I kind of gave my thought process on that a little bit earlier, is the fact that I think Cena's going to win on Sunday. But the thing about it is I don't know that I want Cena to win on Sunday, because I don't know that I want Cena tying Flair's record.
He's going to tie it at some point, Harry.
I was about to say, it's going to happen whether you want to or not, buddy.
No, I understand that.
And that's not really Flair's record anyway.
My thought process on it is that Triple H is going to try to interfere and prevent Cena from breaking Flair's record, and he's going to end up accidentally costing Rollins the match instead.
Possible.
And that leads to the Triple H Rollins feud.
Right, and then you have Cena worn down from the extended match with Rollins, leads to the Sheamus cash-in.
Well, and also, even if, if Triple H misses and hits Rollins and Cena gets the pin, Triple H will still be right there to pedigree Cena and destroy him, and the Sheamus comes in and cashes in.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I could definitely see that happening.
Yeah. All right, so let's quickly get to this rating of Raw. What would you give it, Harry?
I gave it a C-. I honestly thought that the overall wrestling was a little lackluster. There was some decent storytelling, but not enough. And I still didn't like the fact that they gave away the finish for one of their SummerSlam matches in a tag match.
All right.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, since I know you guys usually do numbers here, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd probably give it about a 5.5.
Okay.
They grade differently where you're from, buddy. That's not a C- at all.
Yeah, really. That's a D.
Yeah. I'm gonna give it a 6.5. I thought that they built really well to SummerSlam. The two matches that you needed your two main events, especially Cena Rollins, you are sold now. I don't know about the Diva stuff so much, but honestly, they totally screwed the pooch on that, because that's where you should have had a multiple team brawl and all this kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Ambrose sold me on the Wyatt family thing, which that thing better be all over the arena, brawling, whatever. I hope the match doesn't even start, honestly.
Yeah.
That better not be let's lock up and have a match, because I'm going to be pissed. Which, sadly, that's probably what it's going to be, but whatever. Yeah. I thought it was actually a good go-home. Who cares? At this point, it's go-home. You don't need to have wonderful wrestling. You're about to watch a bunch of wrestling on Saturday and Sunday. I don't think that Monday needed to have this blow-away wrestling show. You needed to have a blow-away, let's get you to watch the pay-per-view show.
Yeah.
Which it didn't blow anybody away, but I think the main points got hit.
I gave this a 6. I'm kind of with Harry a little bit here. I think that's close to the C- for me. Paul, what'd you get?
I'm with Sean, 6.5. Great promos, not so great wrestling, but there was enough in that first hour, I think, to get you going.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 6.5 as well. I completely agree with you guys that the promos were great. The non-wrestling stuff was what sold me on this show, but the wrestling, wasn't top notch.
Fair enough. Okay, guys. Well, that pretty much wraps up Monday Night Raw. We are going to do our SummerSlam predictions. And before we go on to that segment, I want to stop and give Brandon a chance to give his predictions, because we're going to move on to the next segment, and we have another guest going to join us. So, Brandon, man, we want to let you get a chance to give us some of your predictions. You want to go ahead and run down a few of those that you have?
Yeah. Well, let me think. Orton, Sheamus. I'll give it to Sheamus, or I'll give it to Orton. As you guys were mentioning, it's probably been pretty much given away that Orton's going to win that match. Undertaker, Lesnar. I'm going to give it to Undertaker just because I think they're going to give him, his payback for, what was basically a shoot match at WrestleMania. Rollins, Ambrose and Reigns against the Wyatt family. I'm gonna give it to the Wyatt family with Ambrose taking the pin, and that beginning kind of the back and forth feud between not feud right away between Ambrose and Reigns, but that beginning. For the Seth Rollins and John Cena match, I think Cena will win as a result of interference by Triple H. But then Triple H gives a pedigree to Cena, which allows Sheamus to cash in Money in the Bank, and he becomes, part of the Authority, which begins more feuds. And then, did I miss any matches that are going on?
Let me think about this.
Ziggler, Rusev.
I'm gonna give this to Rusev just to be able to continue the feud into the mixed tag team match.
All right. Well, there you go. Well, thank you, man. We appreciate you calling in, Brandon, and we'll let you go. And of course,
I'll talk to you guys on Sunday.
Sounds good. Talk to you then, buddy.
See ya.
All right, everybody. Well, we are going to move on to our next segment. And, of course, once we get back, we will, of course, introduce the next guest we have on the show. Once again, everybody, if you want to leave your predictions or call in, the number is 972-591-8620. And we'll be right back with SummerSlam predictions.
I just need to take a bite. Don't tell your mother. Kiss one another. Die for each other. We're cool for the summer.
Oh, man. Sean loves that music, don't you, Sean?
Well, I do have to hear a bunch of Demi Lovato crap at work, so.
Oh, I bet. That's terrible. Okay, guys, so we know Raw went a little longer than expected, so we're going to kind of get through this pretty quickly, so be prepared.
Went through a whole hour, bro.
Yeah, that's a little unusual for us. Hopefully, usually, we try not to keep it that long. So, hey, everybody, when I pretty much call your name, I would love for you to give your opinion about the match and briefly, and, of course, give me your winner. So, we want to welcome first Glenn Smith back onto the show. Man, welcome.
Sorry about your damn luck.
Wrong promotion.
You know what? Where's the hang up button? I need to press that right now. You have invoked the name of James Storm, and by Paul's hatred, I must hang up on you.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. That's probably the only thing I like about the James Storm theme that he had.
Oh, boy.
I like the fact that he brought in Serena Deeb. Serena.
Amen to that, brother. Amen to that.
We'll save all the TNA talk for later. It's time to talk some SummerSlam. So let's go ahead and jump into this thing head first, and let's start this thing off right. Let's go ahead and talk about Dolph Ziggler and Rusev. This may not be the biggest feud, not the prettiest feud, but let's go ahead and get into it. What do you guys think about this match? And, of course, I need your winner. Glenn, we'll start with you.
All right, I think the thing that really needs to be said before this match is who will show up for this match, the Dolph Ziggler of yore or the show stealer. Like that's just kind of the thing that I'm personally thinking of. But yeah, I really liked what Brandon had to say, and realizing that something could be better set up for Night of Champions as a mixed tag involving Lana and Summer Rae. I do kind of see Rusev going over, but not in the cleanest of circumstances.
Okay. Harry?
Ziggler just made his return from a 2-month injury. Ziggler's getting the win here, but he's going to get jumped post-match by Rusev, probably with some kind of weapon.
Yeah, I'm running along Harry's line of thinking. Ziggler gets the win. Rusev and Summer Rae beat Lana and Ziggler up at the end.
Yeah, I'm going to third that one.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I got Ziggler as the winner here, at least, Well, let's move on to the next match we have here. And, of course, we can't forget, we do have the Divas on this, and we will go with Team Bella versus Team Bad and Team BCB. Or PCB, sorry. Anyway, I don't know.
Still submission sorority to me, darn it.
Yeah, they just need to change that. I hate that name. Anyway, let's go ahead and give your thoughts on it. Okay, Paul, so what do you think here? Who's going to go over in the Divas side?
I'm giving it to Team PCB. I think it's going to be Charlotte and Sasha and Nikki for the belt come Night of Champions. So I think Charlotte's going to get your victory here, pinning Nikki.
Sean?
Yeah, come back to me. I can't think.
Okay, Harry?
Team Bad wins when Becky turns on PCB.
Ooh, I like that. Glenn?
It's going to be a cluster, just from with it being a triple threat elimination tag match. There's going to at least be 6 eliminations during the whole course of the match. So
not elimination.
Well,
It is elimination.
It is.
Yeah, from one team. You have one person, you eliminate the whole team. It's not.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's not Survivor Series style. It's one person gets pinned, you're done.
It's still going to be a cluster. You know what?
Yeah, there'll be run-ins when they're not supposed to and all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
I gotta say, I think personally, I'm thinking it's going to be PCB. But I think the finish of the match will be they all get Team Bella in each of their submission holds, and they tap out at the same time.
Okay. Sean, do you have your idea?
Whatever. I'll just say Charlotte somehow wins it for Team PCB.
Okay. The way I think it's going to go down is one of the teams is going to eliminate Team Bad right away. So then we're going to have some situation where the Bellas find a way to win, and PCB goes down. I think Nikki Bella hasn't got to shine as much as they want her to shine, and she'll shine bright here because she'll get the pin. So that's just my personal opinion. That probably does make a little bit more help for Total Divas on the E! Network. So we shall see if that actually happens.
And my personal opinion is that Kevin Dunn should never be allowed to write any Diva segment whatsoever.
I actually would agree, but I think on most wrestling I would agree on that. So, Kevin Owens versus Cesaro, guys. Now this is one that I think could be one of the big highlights of the night. I don't know about you, Harry, but what would your thoughts be on this match?
I want to give Jimmy Christopher credit here about something. And for those of you who listen to WTM who don't know who Jimmy C is, Jimmy's one of my co-hosts on The Reaction. He brought up a really good point that I actually did not think about here. I don't think this match is going to be as good as people think it's going to be.
Explain.
And the reason being is that, as Jimmy C pointed out, Owens is in a ladder match the day before this match. He is going to be all kinds of beaten up from that ladder match.
Yeah, there's nothing that, a dozen glazed donuts couldn't fix.
Maybe 2 dozen for Kevin Owens.
Now who's turning into Kevin Dunn? Anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, Gary, come on.
I'm just joking. I love Kevin Owens more than any of you guys. So.
I think Kevin Owens wins.
Go ahead, Harry.
I think Owens wins because Owens needs a rebound after the consecutive losses to Cena.
I think Vince McMahon does not care about whether or not Owens needs to win. He's going to get Bray Wyatted here. Cesaro wins.
Ooh, that's a good thought. Okay, Glenn?
Want to see Owens win. I want to see Cesaro win. It's more or less up to this dime I have in my hand right now, which is actually no joke. And I flip it, heads for Owens, tails for Cesaro, and landed on heads, it's Owens.
This could just end in a no contest, and they just go to Night of Champions, too.
That is
or Owens, DQs himself or something, which...
Owens walks, I think, is more likely to happen than a no contest, but... I'm giving it to Kevin Owens. I'm with Harry. He needs the rebound very badly, and you can still have Cesaro look good in defeat if they rightly have the show-stealing match, which I think they will.
Yeah, I'll throw that as well. But, I don't know about the show-stealing. I still think it'll do fine. I think it'll have a good match, but that's maybe what I'm hoping for more than what actually happens. But, I think Kevin Owens has got to win this. All right, let's go ahead and talk about Team Arrows. And of course, because the Green Arrow is going to show up with the guy that does the Red Arrow. And then, of course, we got on the other side, the Cosmic Kings with Stardust and King Barrett, or whatever you want to call him. Because he'll be Wade Barrett's Bad News Barrett pretty soon. So, what are we looking at here, Glenn? What do you think, and who's going to win?
I think something that I actually just want to see as a fan, have Stephen Amell come down dressed as the Green Arrow, just so that we can get that superhero versus supervillain feel.
I would be surprised if that's probably what's going to end up happening. He's going to come dressed in some kind of
I think it's going to be a case of them having to get the clearance from whoever owns the Green Arrow character.
Well, I think they pretty much have it as many times as they've referenced it on the shows.
You can mention it all you want to, you just can't show
likeness or resemblance. Yeah.
It's a case of intellectual property. It's a case of whether or not they have the licensing to run with that or not.
Yeah.
I'm sure CW and DC will be more than willing to help promote their own show on somebody else's.
Yeah.
Shameless plug. That's why I come here.
That's fair.
awesome.
Stephen Amell and Neville win. Neville pins Barrett after Red Arrow.
Yeah, Harry, what do you think?
Arrows when Neville hits Red Arrow, Amell gets the pin on, we'll say, Stardust.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, actually. That's exactly my prediction as well. I think, Sean alluded to earlier, probably Barrett takes the pin, but I think really just to put the nail in the coffin here, maybe to change things up, it'll be Stardust who takes that pin. That's me personally.
Hang on, I haven't given my prediction for this
Go
one. Well, to be honest, I'm thinking that if you read something that Stardust posted, I'm not sure if it was his Twitter about how people are upset since Dusty's passed that he's not kind of using that as a catalyst to turn back into Cody Rhodes. He put it great by saying Dusty would have rather me want to continue my character, and so I have a feeling that Stardust is going to be around for a little bit longer. But I will say I hope Stephen Amell is able to do a lot of stuff in the ring, unlike any other celebrity involvement. And so I hope that we get Stephen Amell pinning Stardust, but more than likely he's going to get the Orndorff treatment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's other ways it could go. I think we're all pretty much, and not just us, but other people are predicting, ML, clean victory, but you just never know what could happen here. What I do know is it's going to be an all eyes on match because it's, the Green Arrow, for God's sakes. Let's talk about the tag team division here with the tag team champs, the Primetime Players, facing off against the New Day. So what are we looking at here, Paul? Who's going to win?
Primetime Players retain. I think the New Day can do just fine without having to gun for the belts, and I think the belts make a nice spotlight for the Primetime Players to work in to get over.
All right.
Can I point out the fact that it's a 14 tag match?
Oh.
The other two don't count, and you know it, Harry.
Yeah. the other day, we don't...
I don't disagree, but at the same time, they are in the match.
Yeah, but I guess, we can add them. Okay, so we got the Luchadors, and then, what do you call Lucha Dragons, and then you got the Matadors. The only reason that the Matadors matter is because they have my little friend over there, right? El Torito.
Portable!
I just want to say how hilarious it is that you could buy both of them into one team. They're now the Luchadors.
Because it's so evil that Vince is the guy that we should be talking to about this. They always put them together just because they're Latino.
Racist much?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, we can go down the line for Gary on that one.
Just saying. El Torito deserves a push. Or giving Hornswoggle pushes against Heath Slater. Where's my El Torito push?
They had the WLC match. They had their moment. We're done here.
And that was a really great match. Probably the best pre-show match ever.
Yeah, I'm just saying. You're right. I love the WLC. I'm just saying that El Torito deserves a win on TV and not even in a dark match.
I feel sorry that Drew McIntyre busted his ass in that match, almost quite literally, and then got fired a month and a half later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So. Okay, well, Harry, did you get your predictor? I got lost track.
No, I did not. I think the New Day wins the tag titles here.
Okay. Well, Sean, did you get to?
Primetime Players retain.
Glenn, are you in agreement?
I want primetime players to win, but I've heard speculation about the Usos coming back to the tag scene. Every time I come on here, I keep on forgetting which one's the injured Uso. They're too much alike. Jay. I've heard that he's like at 100% or almost there. So I think there may be something to build for Night of Champions, New Day versus Usos. But I want to say primetime players, but I'm thinking New Day. But still, New Day sucks. New Day sucks.
No.
Yeah.
No,
I'm going New Day too. I think New Day needs to win. I love the primetime players, big primetime players fan, but I just think that right now they have not had the opportunity, or maybe they have not presented it well. I don't know. It just seems like the tag belts have not shined very well for them, or maybe just for me. I just think New Day taking those belts back is going to add a lot more heat for them. So that's just me personally. Moving on for the Wyatt family, they are going to be taking on team Who's Going to Turn on Who? Roman Reigns and Dean Ambrose.
Great team name.
Yeah, I know. Right? Better than Dirty Heels. What do you think?
Betrayers.
Yeah, Betrayers. Harry, what's your thoughts on this match?
Roman's the one that turns. The Wyatt family wins.
All right. Sean, do you agree?
Man, you know what? I say Dean is the one that turns. Wyatt family wins.
Okay, that's good. Glenn?
I don't think anybody's going to turn, just given the fact that there's kind of, again, speculation about The Rock being at SummerSlam or having something to do at SummerSlam. So, just with that happening, I'm thinking maybe
He's there to do stuff with Triple H. I can't imagine he's going to get involved in this.
Well, I mean, I'm still just saying it's speculation about what he's.
How is it that I avoided that spoiler until this show?
We spoiled it last week.
I wasn't home.
There's nothing that confirming he's going to be there. It's just speculation that he's going to be there.
We live to spoil for you anyways, Harry. That's why we do this show.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Solely.
You might as well just call this the Spoilers Podcast.
We would if there wasn't a podcast called that.
That would only count if we get Dolphins fan 1942 from Reddit.
Yeah.
What do you think, Paul, on this? I mean, we have 3 different opinions here so far.
I'm of the opinion the Wyatt family needs the win, mostly because if we are working our way to the Sting 6-man tag idea, then Roman and Dean simply need to lose here to realize they need Sting.
Ooh. Okay. So no one turns on anybody for you, Paul.
Well,
no, not yet.
I forgot about that. Never mind. There's no one.
If I may say something, why would they recruit Sting, or why would Sting want to join them?
Again, why do we need to have explanation for Sting to show up? They don't care about whether there's explanation for him to show up or not.
I understand that, but if WWE was logical for some reason, why would Sting show up and help them?
Can I ask a more important question?
Yeah.
Who's the third man for Team Wyatt? Because it's not Eric Rowan.
They said Eric Rowan might be ready by Night of Champions.
That's what I've heard too.
Son of a bitch.
I know. I agree. I'm right there with you, because Leo Kruger would fit right nice in that spot.
Dude, man, he's all about beef mode.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, man.
Ooh.
I mean, it's going to be money, and you know it.
Needs to be worked on at NXT.
I think it's more likely to be Bo Dallas than Leo Kruger, but that's just me.
Yeah, I mean,
amen to that, dude.
I don't know. I just miss my Leo. It's just too. Anyway, well, yeah. Well, let's go ahead and say that I'm going with the Wyatt family here. Circumstances may it be. Ryback versus Big Show versus The Miz.
Time out here, Gary. That's a cop out. Who turns?
Who turns? Okay. Anybody want to answer that? Glenn?
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, you mean for the match before?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what? I think Roman Reigns makes the most sense for me. That's the way I'll go. This does. And, I don't know. That's the way. I'll just go that. We'll go with that. So let's go ahead and talk about this next match, the Intercontinental match that no one really is sure about. At least not me personally. Sean, how do you see this going? Who's going to be the one that takes away with the IC title?
I gotta go with Harry's idea here. It makes too much sense, even though I was saying this when they were gonna have this match before. Miz has been running his mouth too much. They've been having this be a lot about Ryback and Big Show, which leaves it open for Miz to just kind of come in and swoop in and steal the title and ruin this entire IC title, whatever deal that's maybe going on with Ryback.
So reiterate what you said, Harry, about this, and Paul or Sean just kind of said a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's going to be a case of Big Show and Ryback are going to do exactly what Miz said they're going to do. They're going to cancel each other out. Miz is going to come in and get the pin.
All right. Do you agree with that, Paul?
I do not, and I'm sure I'll be completely wrong about this, but I think Ryback retains. I'm not ready for them to sail the boat on him yet, and I think he still has a lot to give.
Me and you agree on that. Glenn, what do you think?
I'm going to give the same prediction I gave when this was supposed to take place at Battleground. I'm picking Ryback because he hasn't had really the best of opportunities to show what he can do as Intercontinental Champion. I still think WWE needs to allow him to run with the ball for a little bit more and see how far he can go before they decide to get somebody else to have the belt.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you guys a question about the IC title division here?
Go for it, man.
Assuming the rumors are true about Daniel Bryan's health, do you see them using Bryan to help further whoever walks out of this match as champion?
Well, not the Miz, obviously.
See, I think Miz would make perfect sense.
Because of history.
Well, and the tough enough thing.
I don't think Bryan's ready yet. I don't think they want to push that button until they know for sure. And if I was them, that would be the way I would go too. You can't risk him again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And can we not forget that the last time he was Intercontinental Champion, his reign was 1 day?
Yep.
Sure.
Well, technically it was longer than 1 day. But...
Yeah, but we know what you mean, though, for sure. Well, interesting stuff. We'll have to see what actually happens. But let's go ahead and move on to Rollins versus Cena. This is the one that we're all kind of curious about what will actually go down. And, of course, Glenn, what were your thoughts on this?
I'm not sure if the build-up was quite right after the whole, knee to the nose. I mean, I will say it's kind of been the only focal point that's been made, and it's the only thing that we've seen. But I wish they would have at least made attempts to have Cena either communicate via satellite or record some message before the shows talking about his health and trying to build something up from there. But that's just me. I will say, even though I will say kudos to Rollins for carrying the feud for a couple of weeks by himself, which is, quite honest, impossible to do. I mean, there are few people that can actually do that. And so he did that very well. But I will say, I'm going to go out on a limb and say Dusty finish to build up a unification match at Night of Champions.
All right, Sean.
What match are we talking about again?
We were talking with Rollins and Cena.
Title for title.
I hate to say it, but laugh out loud, Cena wins.
Lols.
Yeah, either this happens or Sheamus comes in and causes a distraction with his attempt at running in, and Rollins somehow win. Okay, here's the deal for me. Rollins is just going to dispose of the U.S. title. If they want to possibly do the Jay Lethal thing, the only guy that's going to do it is Cena. So either you have Cena walk out champion, or you have Sheamus cash in and take away the main title or the other title. Who knows?
If Sheamus cashes in mid-match, I think technically if he actually won, he would get both titles.
I know he would get both. Yeah.
Given the fact that
I'm saying that
raised before
he
the
doesn't
match.
cash in during the match. He causes a distraction that ends the match, and then maybe he cashes in for one of the titles afterwards or whatever.
I know, but
I just wanted
kill two birds with one stone for Sheamus.
Yeah, because
cash in mid-match and leave with 2 belts of gold.
Here's a thought. I honestly could see Sheamus trying to cash in mid-match and getting pinned by Rollins.
Whoa.
Yeah, that way Cena doesn't take the pin.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a good way to stretch it out to, that would be a good way to stretch out Cena
The word
Rollins.
supposedly is this is a long feud.
Do you think Cena versus Rollins is worth going all the way to Mania?
No.
Mania, no, but Survivor Series I could definitely see.
Paul? Or I'm sorry, Gary?
I don't know if this is going to be a long one. They say it is, but I don't know. I have my reservations. I think this whole thing is going to be very interesting when it comes Sunday. My personal prediction, the way I have it going down is I think I have a DQ here, and Cena is going to win by DQ. Paul, I'm sure you have a completely different idea on that, though.
Yeah, this is probably my hill to die on, but I'm picking Seth Rollins. I feel like him with both belts makes the most sense, mostly because I'm not willing to sell the boat on his title reign yet. I feel like giving it to Cena, is a fine idea, but the way that he leaves people when he's done with them is not pretty. See Kevin Owens, see Rusev, see Bray Wyatt, see whoever else he's beaten in the last year. So I think Seth Rollins is a good way to go, even if he does just get rid of the U.S. title. Although I think he would make a fine candidate for the Jay Lethal run too. So,
okay, Harry.
Well, I kind of gave away my prediction on this earlier. Cena wins, Sheamus cashes, and Triple H helps Sheamus win the title.
Okay, fair enough.
That's just
All right.
too soon for Sheamus.
Can I ask your guys' thoughts here? Because I'm actually writing your predictions down with the ones for us guys from the reaction here. I need an official guess here whether or not Sheamus cashes in, and if he does, is he successful? Gary?
Sheamus cashes in, but not successful.
Cashes in, not successful.
No cash in for me.
No cash in at all?
No cash in at all.
All right.
All right, there you go.
I'm in the same boat as Paul. No cash in. Save it a little bit later.
Fair enough. All right, guys. Well, let's move on to the match that we have seen 100,000 times. Maybe more. We don't know. Orton and Sheamus. We're keep talking about Sheamus cashing.
How did you not do Orton Sheamus before this?
Because I don't want to talk about it, but I have to put it somewhere. I'm just.
He's basically treating this as if it was a Divas match.
Yes, I really am. This is the cool down match. This is earlier in the show, but I just.
This will be the opener again, probably.
I hope it's the pre-show match.
If they do a pre-show, they're silly.
Yeah, I just went.
No, they're doing a pre-show.
So
pre-show match. You know what I mean?
5 hours.
Oh.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if one of those matches gets put on the pre-show. Actually,
silly.
I fully expect the tag title match to end up on the pre-show.
I don't think the tag title's worth pre-show. I think the title is definitely worth the actual show.
I'd love for the IC title match to be on the pre-show instead. But
Do you think the Divas match is worthy of the pre-show?
no, they will not put that on the pre-show.
It
It
needs to be on
automatically
the
takes
pre-show.
away your Divas Revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'll extinguish any kind of momentum they have for the Divas at all. Not to say that it's much, but it would just extinguish it right then and there.
Very true. Okay, well, let's get through these predictions quickly, because I don't know if any of us talking about this really care about this match. We'll just give our thoughts real quick. Glenn, give me your opinion on this.
It's going to be kind of boring, but Orton gets the W.
All right, Harry.
I actually picked Sheamus to win this match in order to keep him strong for the cash-in later on in the show.
I would have to agree with you, sir. That's exactly why I have Sheamus going over here.
Did we forget that Rollins lost when he cashed in?
I was just about to make that same point.
Okay, but then if you have Sheamus lose here, you're kind of telegraphing the cash-in. If you have him win here, it still offers
They
a little
don't
bit
care
of...
about that. You act like the casual fans really pay attention to that stuff.
I look at this from a smart fan's perspective. I'm sorry.
Me too, man. I got Sheamus winning simply just to keep him on track and to move him on to something more interesting, so that way you can get people behind him when he does eventually cash in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, well Randy Orton won the last one, right?
Yep,
I think so.
he did.
It was Orton over Rollins at Mania, and it was Orton over Sheamus at Battleground last month. Yeah.
I should know I was there.
Still off.
I don't want to say Sheamus wins because then somehow they'll figure out that they need to have a third match or something. I'm still going with my Randy Orton thought.
Orton, okay.
Sheamus is Orton's new Cena.
Accept it. There's going to be a third match, Sean.
No, I will not.
It
Take
hurts.
that to the bank.
It hurts so bad. Okay. Let's talk about the main event here, though, guys. This is the one everybody's been waiting for to really break down and talk about. This is Brock Lesnar versus The Undertaker. Really curious what you guys think on this. Harry, we'll start with you. How do you feel like this is all going to go down?
Lesnar wins, lol.
Wow.
No, in all seriousness, I think Brock has to win here. I think if you give the win over Brock to a guy who has maybe 2 or 3 more matches left in him, and The Undertaker, it completely kills all of the damage that you've had Lesnar cause over the last year and a half, 2 years.
Copy and paste Harry's response here.
Love it, Paul. All right,
I wish
Glenn.
I could say Harry's response.
Paul, I believe they called that plagiarism.
Well, that's vocal. I don't think it's the same thing.
Yeah.
I would love to say Harry's response, but I can't see it. I think they're positioning for them to have another match somewhere down the line. Undertaker wins.
Okay.
I just want to state for the record, I am perfectly okay with audio plagiarism.
I'll always cite you, Harry.
You'll be his
Guys,
Huckleberry.
Get a room.
Yeah.
Did you just say I'll be his Huckleberry?
Yes.
Yes, he did, dude.
So.
If you will.
All right, Glenn, you got to give your thoughts.
If you ask me, Daddy, I will tell you,
crap.
if you will.
Oh my god.
It does the finish.
So that's 2 dusty finishes.
I know.
Well,
I would just like to point out that I did not understand a damn word he just said.
How many people could Dusty how many people could understand Dusty Rhodes?
I could understand Dusty just fine. I didn't understand a word you said.
You brought that on yourself, sir.
Of the 1,000 other people that see me.
All right. Okay. What's your thoughts on it, Glenn? Give us your...
My thoughts are, because if you look back at the history of Brock versus Taker, Taker's never won a match against Lesnar. and so I think that's just the opponent that the Undertaker is just not going to be able to beat. Period. I mean, to be honest, I think it's really sad that it may go that way, but I will say that if WWE keeps on putting Undertaker in matches with Lesnar, instead of getting like three maybe five good matches out of him before he hangs his head up and rides out into the sunset, I think they're just really devaluing him as a talent. If they just keep on feeding him to Lesnar, I mean, that's for his health. As he's getting older, I mean, no doubt about it, but he needs to start taking a little bit care of himself by putting him with people that will take care of him inside the ring.
Okay.
I don't necessarily think that Brock is as unsafe as everybody makes him out to be. I just think the thing that happened with Taker is one of those fluke things where Taker landed wrong off of that first throw.
Mm-hmm.
And could I kind of finish up what I think could happen after the match, or what this may lead up to?
Yeah, if you quickly do it, you're fine.
I think this is just me speaking optimistically, but I think this may be the catalyst of Sting versus Taker. This is optimistically speaking.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, and a lot of people, speculate on that still. There's a lot of signs pointing that probably won't happen, but hey, I'm always a dreamer. And go ahead, Harry.
All right, I'm curious though. How do we get to Sting Taker from this?
Simple. Undertaker tries to tombstone Brock on the steel steps or do some other crazy thing after he gets himself disqualified, and Sting comes in, points his bat from the top of the ramp or staging area, comes down to the ring. They have a big stare off, and Sting stands tall at the end.
I don't think there's any way this match ends in a disqualification.
Well, either that or just a really ambiguous double count-out finish or something ridiculous.
I don't think you can. If you do that, man, the people will just be freaking booing the total crap out of that show. I don't think you can do it.
It'll be Unforgiven 2002 all over again.
So, does anybody else at all see a possibility of Undertaker tapping out at SummerSlam?
What, to the Kimura?
Well, just tapping out in general.
He could, I guess. It would be a different way to do it than him getting pinned. I mean,
yeah. I don't know. It's a good question, and, I don't know if it's going to happen. I would assume not, only because I think they've already had him lose a big match, and he's won one, but no one remembers that because it didn't matter. Bray Wyatt's match with him didn't really go over all that great. So, I don't know. I just don't imagine them letting Taker tap. So... and I'll give my prediction real quick. I don't know if there's going to be a clear-cut winner here. I think somehow, some way, no finish will happen. My dream is, of course, I've said this plenty of times on this show, that the WrestleMania, which is this year, where Undertaker will retire, I really want Kane to drag him down to hell. And I think the only way for that to happen is for some way fire to burst out of the, maybe the pole, out of the ring post or something like that. It'd be a distraction. Something happens and causes chaos, and this match is never finished. So, don't know how it's going to get there. I just think that's going to happen. I don't imagine either guy is going to get pinned here, and they're going to have a reason to have another match. I don't know if a clear-cut winner here makes you just have to have another match. So,
But which team would we be seeing? The Devil's favorite demon or corporate?
I would hope Devil's favorite demon, but I don't know. So we'll see. I hope it's really old school Kane. I hope they really make it look like that.
Yeah.
So, all right, guys. Well, that wraps up SummerSlam for us, and it's been a fun time. This is very interesting. All these predictions have really made me think, and I think my even personal predictions will be changing as the week goes on until we do get to Sunday because of what you guys have brought to the table. Want to thank, of course, Glenn for joining us on the show, man. We want to.
I got a couple of new things to plug this time around. So
okay, if you can quickly do it.
No.
If you quickly do it, we're okay with it.
All right. So the podcast that I was doing on my own, it's kind of being put on the back burner as a project. But I'm actually doing a podcast for the Facebook page that I write for as the SmackDown results writer. But it's called Glen of Honor. It's a complete Ring of Honor show I do with my co-host AA Anthony Alvarez. It's a decent show. We already recorded our first episode Tuesday evening, so I believe it's currently up on the page right now. Check it out. And also PWA Pro Wrestling Authority. We are having this thing. It's called Women of Wrestling Week. It will be running all through the week, the last week of August. And there's going to be so many interviews with so many important women today of today's professional wrestling scene.
Awesome, Glenn. Well, that's some great stuff, and we definitely encourage anybody and everybody to go check out that new podcast of yours, Glenn. And we thank you for showing up, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Could I quickly run down my takeover predictions?
Yeah. If you go quickly, we're just trying to move on. I apologize if I'm having to rush you, but if you can quickly give them to me.
Balor wins. Owen steals title. Liger wins. I think tag titles match. Vaudevillains are attacked before the show starts. They are replaced by Cass and Enzo, and Enzo and Cass win. Bailey, new champ. Samoa Joe wins via tap out. Showtime at the Apollo Crews takes his first win, and thinking either Dana Brooke or Charlotte for the Fatal 4-Way match. So it's very much a up in the air with that.
That's not happening on the show, but
what?
That's happening on Wednesday.
So that's my one match prediction for the Wednesday following.
There you go. Well, thank you, Glenn, man. We appreciate you calling, and we'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Take care, everybody. Have a very nice day.
You too.
All
right. Well, Harry, man, this has been a lot of fun, and I know you're probably ready to go to sleep unless you want to stick around. It's your call.
I'm not tired.
Okay, all right, then you're sticking around with us. All right, so we are going to cover NXT next, and of course, don't forget we will be doing the full predictions for TakeOver right after, so stick around with us, and we'll be right back, everybody.
WWE Developmental NXT.
All right. Yeah, we don't take long-ass commercials on this show.
Sorry. We don't have any breaks. We have too much.
Okay, Sean, you know how much it costs me to actually do my podcast?
Hey, you know what? It costs us money to do this podcast, too, so I don't want to hear it. Anyway.
No, I don't pay anything to do our podcast.
Well, you know what? Some of us actually do have to pay to do the podcast. So anyway,
sadly, me too.
That's not the point of this conversation. I was just making a joke. We didn't have to make it into a big deal. Anyway,
it's a big deal. You racist.
Continue, Sean.
Okay. Anyway, So William Regal comes out to basically moderate the contract signing between Sasha Banks and Bayley. I still think it's cool that the women are getting contract signings, makes it feel important. Both the women come out. Sasha cuts one hell of a promo here, basically pretty much putting Bayley down. Also puts, not the first time it'll happen on this show, but puts the NXT crowd down because they're jealous that the show's happening in Brooklyn and not at Full Sail. But, yeah, she says that, Charlotte and Becky were threats, and she's not. And that, Bayley's a loser, and that's why she's not on Raw. And that, the other two divas are the reason that Sasha's on Raw. She doesn't have the time to fight Bayley because she isn't worth it. And she walks away, and Bayley attacks her afterwards. Wonderful segment, I thought. Beautiful way to basically put Bayley down, make you feel sympathy for her, and want to see her win at TakeOver. Paul?
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Sasha is the greatest diva in WWE right now, bar none. Main roster, NXT, whatever you have. She's a total package. She knows how to cut a promo. She knows her character. She's everything you could want. And she can't win that Divas title fast enough, in my opinion.
Harry?
I don't think there's any question that Sasha's the best character in the WWE right now. As far as NXT goes, though, I think Bayley is clearly going to be the next generation of NXT Divas champion, even if she's only keeping the belt warm for Eva Marie.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for Paul. Is Sasha Banks 1 in a million girls?
Maybe, Gary.
Well, don't even lie. Okay, so yeah, I think so too. I think that Sasha's doing a great job, and what a wonderful promo really we get here. Just with her, working, of course, with someone else that I'm a big fan of, Bayley. I think they both do a good job, but I think Sasha really is the one who sticks out here.
Yeah, true that. I mean, I just, this is why I feel like we're not getting Enzo and Cass, because they want nothing to take away from Bayley's moment, which is, I feel like that's the best way to do it, honestly. So we get another package for Apollo Crews, who's wrestling the Perfect 10, Ty Dillinger. I feel bad for that. Perfect 10 should not be getting jobbed out, but whatever. Tyler Breeze comes out with a Jushin Liger mask at the end of his selfie stick, which is fantastic. I guess this guy watches some New Japan because instead of having Loose Explosion, he wants to have Rising on his ass. I don't know, but, if you're looking for old Triple H gimmicks to put on your ass, it's probably not the greatest thing. Either way, Breeze squashes him, and then basically squashes a Liger mask into two. So, yeah, putting it to Jushin Liger, destroy one of his masks there.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think?
I cannot wait to see what Tyler Breeze and Jushin Liger do together. I really think Breeze is going to set himself in a position to start challenging for the championship again after his match with Liger.
I think it's going to depend on whether or not some of the heat on Breeze has subsided over the comments that he made about Owens getting the call-up. As far as the match itself goes, though, Jushin Liger will look anything but the 51-year-old he actually is. I'm really looking forward to him and Breeze tearing it down at TakeOver on Saturday night.
Yeah, this is just going to be, I don't know. I think it's going to be a fun match to watch. It's going to be very entertaining. And so this whole build-up right here is what we need. We need to see this kind of stuff. And, of course, it works with, what Tyler Breeze is, and just him joking and destroying the mask and all that. It's just perfect. It works. And so I don't have a problem with any of it.
Oh, yeah. So we get sort of a prelude to another match we're going to get on next Wednesday with Enzo Amore and Yeah, Enzo and Cass against the Hype Bros. And Carmella's out here against Aaron Sorlo. Jesse Sorensen is back. And 2 guys. And, yeah, you can pretty much guess what happened in this match. Cass hits the East River Crossing. And, yeah. And we get the Enzo, lift onto the guy. And there you go. Then afterwards, the best part of this is the promo with the Mechanics and Chad, Gable and Jordan. They kind of seem like buddies here because I guess they're going to be in the tag match next week with each other. The Mechanics are basically like, well, I don't know how they're standing after we hit them with the Shatter Machine. Well, obviously your Shatter Machine did not shatter any bones there. Then we get the awesome Ready, Willing, and Gable with the towel by Chad Gable. When he actually gets Jason Jordan to say it, which is even better. Anything of note? And we also got Joe squashing Steve Cutler. So, with Baron Corbin attacking him, laying him out with the end of days, so he gets the receipt from what happened last week. And there's your build-up for TakeOver on that as well.
Hype Bros for life. That's all I got.
Oh boy, how much of that can we take? I don't know. That's my question. Mojo, I get why you're here. Gronkowski in the crowd is always a beautiful thing. But besides that, I don't know. So my point in all that is great and all, but the one thing that I find interesting out of this is, of course, it makes you wonder what Harry was talking about earlier. This person standing, are they the one laying down in the next match? That's a big question for me, and I think this is kind of pointing that way.
Harry?
I really don't care for the team of Dash and Dawson, for Dawson and Wilder. I'm not a fan. I like the finish, but I'm not a fan of the team. As far as the whole Hype Bros thing goes, I'm all right with them as a team in the NXT ranks. But I think honestly, they'd probably be better off bringing those 2 up as a tag team to the main roster in order to give the main roster a boost, because neither of those guys really fit in with the NXT mold right now.
Yeah, I could agree on that one. We'll have to see. We've already seen, Enzo and Cass show up on main roster shows. So, hey, we're gonna get Bull Dempsey in full Bull Fit mode on Wednesday. Can't wait for that. Want to see.
I just want to state that I love this gimmick.
We all love this gimmick.
Bull Fit is the best.
I have not been a fan of Bull Dempsey. I honestly thought he was your generic Eddie Kingston, but this gimmick right here, he has been absolute money thus far.
We couldn't agree more with that one.
I'm okay with Bull Dempsey. I think he's a fun guy. Just silly, I know, but I don't know. I feel bad for him. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I empathize with the guy.
Perhaps scary.
Do you need montage videos of you getting bullfit, Gary?
I would love that.
Gary would do it.
I know he would. That's why I brought it up.
I'm considering
Gary,
it now.
that should be a W2M special YouTube thing. Gary doing Gary Fit videos.
Yes, let's do it.
Get Kenny and Mel on it right now.
Yeah, tomorrow.
There's something bullfit about this, all right.
Harry's just jealous. He wants to be the one doing it.
Yeah, Harry's like, don't take my idea.
I am 6'3" and 250 pounds. I ain't trying to get skinny.
You can get fit though. There's nothing against he's trying to get skinny.
Overrated.
Anyway, Blake and Murphy beat Dawkins and Fulton with the Power and Glory. Afterwards, the Vaudevillains come out and they get slapped twice by Alexa Bliss as they're trying to say something about the match on Saturday. So they leave the intrigue as to who will be their female combatant to kind of take out Alexa Bliss.
Billy Kay.
Probably.
That or Blue Pants.
I'm leaning towards Blue Pants. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
It would certainly... You see, I think that would be something they would pull if this takeover was down at Full Sail. With this takeover being up at the Barclays Center, I don't know if they'll pull the Blue Pants trigger. Easy for me to say. Jesus.
So, all right, we get. This is where we find out that Carmelo is going to face Eva Marie. We get the 8-man tag that I already talked about. We get the fatal 4-way that Glenn already talked about. That's not going to be on the show. I guess that Bull Dempsey match might be on that show, maybe in the pre-show, because that's the only one. I mean, they did say he's going to show up on Wednesday, but they didn't promote the match. I guess because it's against a jobber. I guess it doesn't matter. But we have the ending is Kevin Owens coming out with the ladder. He totally just blast the Full Sail crowd because they chanted Brooklyn sucks, which Owens had a wonderful little dialogue here with them saying, you know how crappy that is that you say that. You're just jealous that it's not happening here at Full Sail, and then I get nauseated every time I had to come back here, which was great. He's like, well, you know, you want us to grow, but then when we get out of here, you get all upset, which is very true. It's stupid. He turns the lose Owens lose and walk Owens walk into saying that it will be fight Owens fight on Saturday, and that Finn Balor will need a stretcher. Finn Balor shows up all of a sudden on the turnbuckle, and we get a brawl as Finn climbs up the ladder with his belt, basically showing that he is going to walk out champion, saying Owens, he's going to kick his ass and shut his mouth. I thought it was a great way to end the show. Big build for your two big matches here at the beginning and end of the show.
Yep.
That's the one thing that I think NXT does better than any other promotion in the country right now, and that is the fact that they know how and when to focus on their biggest matches. Mm-hmm. Hook them right at the start of the show, and then give them something to go home with.
Yep.
Yep.
I agree. No. So it's definitely solid, and you know that's what what really draws us to NXT. It's some of those things like that. You know, I totally agree with you, Harry. That pretty much wraps up NXT. I guess, Sean, it's time to talk about TakeOver. We'll give you our predictions about, what's going to happen and what we feel like is going to happen.
All right, hold on.
Make you hurt. Sell us the world, but we ain't selling now. Said we like it loud. Yeah, we want that rock and roll sound.
I had to make it fast, or Paul would start grooving and we'd lose him for the rest of the show.
You know what saddens me about this? How is it that NXT gets the better theme song of the two pay-per-views this weekend?
Clearly, WWE knows where the money's at.
Yeah. I'm sure they got a nice penny for getting to have Demi Lovato on that SummerSlam.
I would imagine that would be the only reason that they would use Demi Lovato as a SummerSlam theme song.
You would hope so, anyway.
God help them. They're letting Stephanie pick the music.
How do you know? Maybe it's their kids or something.
What if it's just Trips and they're going, man, this is a really great song, guys.
Yeah.
How old is their oldest kid? Would they be like Demi Lovato age appropriate?
Sometimes it doesn't really matter.
I think their oldest daughter's got to be 8 by now.
Yeah.
We're screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll know for sure once the Survivor Series theme is by One Direction.
Oh boy.
Lord.
Did they break up or something?
It doesn't matter. Let's talk Takeover.
Yeah. Let's talk Takeover. So, I mentioned it already. Apollo Crews against Ty Dillinger. I think we know what's happening. But how do you expect him to be received? And is the standing shooting star going to be his finish?
Hold on a second, guys. I'm smelling something. Smells like squash.
Is it butternut or just a regular vegetable?
It's your garden variety squash, usually about 3 minutes long.
Okay, that's a good one.
And I think the Uha combo is the finish there. The standing moonsault followed by the standing shooting star. They wouldn't have highlighted it in the hype video if he wasn't going to be allowed to keep it.
That is also the way I'm leaning towards this finisher being the Uha combination as well, with some catchy thing to go along with Apollo now.
Yeah, I can't.
Apollo landing.
The showtime.
Something like that.
Yeah, just don't bring out that hook, Hopefully they don't do that. So, I think Apollo for sure.
So does he come out with Living in America?
Oh, a man can dream, Sean. A man can dream.
The only way he comes out to Living in America is if Xavier Woods shows up and starts bitching the entire time.
Somebody call Ty. That's 10.
That'd be absolutely great. I love it. Your NXT Tag Team titles are on the line with Blake and Murphy, along with Alexa Bliss, defend them against the Vaudevillains. Who is going to be the lady that comes in with the Vaudevillains? Assuming that that's what we get, and who wins? What do you think, Paul?
I'm thinking the Vaudevillains bring in Blue Pants. I'm thinking it doesn't matter because I don't see a reason to take the belts off Blake and Murphy yet.
Yeah, Blake and Murphy or the Vaudevillains. That is the question we must ask ourselves. And I don't know. I think you guys are right. Blue Pants is probably the most easy, predictable person. So how can I go against that? But, I think I'd second what Paul said. It's just too hard for me to choose against them right now.
I'll go with Harry on the Billy Kay. And Blake and Murphy aren't losing until Jordan and Gable are ready to take it off them. That's who's winning those belts.
If this were Enzo and Cass getting the title shot here, Enzo and Cass would be walking out with the belts. It's not Blake and Murphy are keeping the titles, and I do think it will be Billy Kay with the Vaudevillains.
Fair enough. Joe and Baron Corbin. How long do you think this goes? Is it good? And who wins?
7-ish or so. It's okay. I mean, nothing like standout or anything. And Corbin over Dirty.
I got Joe going over here. I'm really hoping this gets some time because we keep hearing about these matches that Corbin is good in that doesn't make TV. And it's usually at length with somebody who is good. So I'd really like to see that on display here.
Yeah, I think that Joe goes over as well. I feel more comfortable with saying that. Corbin still is not impressing me. I got to see those matches that people keep talking about, I guess, because, not selling well enough for me. No. And to me, it'll be one of the shorter matches.
I'll say this is like a 9-minute special. It should be good. Better than whatever they try to make Bull Dempsey and Baron Corbin. There'll be some interesting things in here. I think this is a one-and-done thing for Joe, though. Joe wins.
Okay, then let me ask you guys this. If Joe wins here, since all three of you are picking Joe, where does Corbin go from here?
Hopefully to Evolve.
The first NXT superstar to evolve, Baron Corbin.
And hopefully from there to some random gym near you.
Gary, he's not that bad.
Apollo Crews would be my guess.
That is his deal, to get at all the indie darlings.
That's actually I didn't even think about Apollo Crews. That's actually a really good thought, Paul.
That's what I do, man. That's what I do.
That's why we paying the big bucks. We're paying the big money over here.
Well, they have to pay you guys the big money. You needed to pay your hosting fee.
Yep. It's okay.
Go ahead. So, the undercard headliner, sort of, Tyler Breeze against Jushin Thunder Liger. Yes, we see him all the time in New Japan, but he's coming to WWE for the first time. Paul, I think we kind of know Tyler Breeze is winning here, but this should be pretty good, huh?
This should be magical is what it should be. Tyler Breeze has shown you that he can work with any style, no matter who that person is, and have something wonderful come out of it. I don't see any reason why Liger would be the exception to that rule, especially because Liger is always great in single matches over here about 90% of the time. 15 minutes, Tyler Breeze wins. I really want to see Tyler Breeze back in that NXT title hunt.
Yeah. Tyler Breeze is going to be the guy here. It's going to be, like I said, a blast to watch, so I'm really looking forward to this match.
Harry?
We're really just counting Liger winning here?
It's a one-shot deal.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen that come back and bite people before, though? I honestly think Liger wins here.
But this isn't a New Japan thing. This is a Liger thing, so...
Well, here's the thing with Liger, though. I think there's a bigger story to tell with Tyler Breeze, and that story's with William Regal. And I think that Liger gets the win here to further Breeze's obsession with proving his point to Regal, eventually getting Regal into the ring himself.
Harry, I think you're a dreamer, and I can respect that. But I just don't see Regal getting back in a ring again.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same boat there.
Don't take Regal away from me.
You can watch him on the WWE Network all you want to here.
$9.99 or something like that.
Yep, that's what I heard. Or you can get that New Japan World for like $1 cheaper.
Yeah, but there's no William Regal there.
I don't think there's Regal over there.
Yeah. You can watch some Flair, though. I guess.
That's not the same.
Yeah, but you know what you can't watch?
What?
How is it that, like, the most famous match in New Japan history is not on New Japan World?
It was a great question.
What is
Inoki Ali is not on there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you think that, probably because they'd have to pay Ali some money. They don't want to. Same reason why they took off, well, part of it's because Jeff Hardy was loaded, but they took off all the TNA matches off of Wrestle Kingdom 5. So, they don't have to pay TNA anything either.
Yeah.
Okay, in fairness, nobody's paying TNA these days, so it's not exactly a surprise.
I don't know how they're playing Billy Corgan, honestly. But, yeah. What?
Maybe, like, TNA gets government assistance to pay Corgan.
Government assistance.
Thanks, Obama.
Obama's keeping TNA afloat.
Yeah.
Oh man, those TNA fans. I'm surprised they haven't come out of the woodwork to like totally kill us or something by now. We don't trash the thing when we get to their show. We just make a lot of jokes before we get to their show.
Yeah.
So, moving on. What will be the highlight of the night for me, because I love Bayley. So, Bayley's shining moment here against Sasha, who Sasha has been over the hills just talking about this constantly, about how she wants to wrestle Bayley for the title. It's happening. Does this reach Sasha and Becky levels?
No. And the reason I say that is because I don't think Bayley's as good of a worker as Becky is. That being said, to disagree with something you said earlier, Sean, this is your undercard main event.
They called it a co-main event on NXT, so that's what I'm calling it.
Oh, okay, fair enough then. In regards to the match itself, I don't think there's any doubt that Bayley's walking out with the title here and probably looking at setting up a feud with either Eva Marie or Dana Brooke. So it looks like it's going to be all downhill in the NXT title division from here.
I don't know if I would say downhill, but I would say you're definitely going to be entering a period of growth. Bayley gets the win. This match should be really good. I don't know if it touches Becky and Sasha, but darn it, it might come close because everybody and their mother is invested in Bayley 10,000%.
And the emotion will go the opposite way of Becky's, where Becky was crying because she lost. Bayley will probably be crying because she won.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. And, I just don't see how you could go against, what, we have here with Bayley. I mean, it just makes the most sense storyline-wise. Not only that, it's Bayley's time to shine. Sasha's had her time so far, and she's on the main roster now. And as we all know, before she got injured, Bayley was originally supposed to be going up to the main roster too. So, to me, this makes sense, and it also gives her a track to the main roster eventually if they decide to pull that trigger.
Yeah, I got Bayley here too. This should be fantastic. I'm hoping for some good stuff here. If it doesn't reach Sasha and Becky levels, I just hope it gets in that region at least. So, getting to our main event, which luckily they put a different stipulation on it because there really wasn't much they would have done different from a singles match perspective than Beats in the East. So they had the ladder for higher stakes in a different match. Owens versus Balor. Another one where it seems like we know the outcome, but the match should be really good. Paul?
I don't know if it's just me, but I could see Owens getting the belt back just so he has something to tote around with him on the main roster and make it feel like he's important again. I don't think they'll do that. I could see that. But Balor gets the win here. These guys got a long way to go to top what they did at Beast in the East, though, but I think they're up to the task.
Harry?
I would not be surprised to see Owens get the win here, too, but I think if Owens gets the win here, it means he's more than likely going to be going back down to NXT on a more regular basis and being kind of phased out on Raw, so that would be a win for Vince as far as that would go, if you believe the rumors that are making the rounds.
Gary?
Which match are we talking about here?
The main event.
Main event?
Way to pay attention, Gary.
Sorry, I got caught up on this thing that I can't figure out why.
We got each other on that one.
I start crying. No, I'm a little upset. I had some pictures I had on Facebook and they disappeared. They keep taking all my nude pictures. Anyway, no,
oh boy.
Sorry, but my hot tub pictures are important to me.
I don't want to know, Gary.
Mental images I never needed for 400, Alex.
Yeah. How can you go against Finn Balor here, really? I mean, Kevin Owens, it's just a shoe-in for me. There's no reason for Kevin Owens to stick around in the NXT roster. But I think it's going to be a good match. Don't get me wrong. It's not going to be, a 10-minute match. It'll be a good, long match. Finn Balor is going to win for sure.
Finn Balor should win. I don't disagree, though, that Glenn might actually not have a bad idea here of Owens stealing the title after losing or something, and maybe taking that up to the main roster. Maybe we see Balor on the main roster or something, try to get it back from him or something. I don't know. I just cannot see Owens, winning. It's just Talk about killing the momentum for Balor. I mean,
we're not going to see Balor on the main roster until the night after WrestleMania 32.
I would agree with you, but I'm just saying, you know, it's. I don't think he loses because it's just you totally kill all the momentum. Why have the thing in Tokyo if he's going to lose the next month? You know, it's pointless to me. I think
it could happen.
Let's hope not. All right, that's NXT Takeover.
Wow, there you go. Yep, and an exciting match. That main event, but of course, the rest of them are great as well. So, I mean, I think we have a lot to look forward to. We just talked SummerSlam and NXT. We do have another preview still on the show to go, but I mean, Harry, once again, I want to make sure you're good, or if you got to go, you need to let me know when that happens, when you're tired. So,
all right, I'm going. Kind of given up on watching TNA.
Okay, we're talking Ring of Honor actually next.
Ring of Honor's on Wednesdays right now. I'm usually not home Wednesday nights.
Okay.
All right, fair enough.
Ask your question, sir.
My question for you guys is this. We did our predictions for SummerSlam. We did our predictions for TakeOver. Top to bottom, what's the better show?
Ooh, that's a great question. Who wants to be the first? I don't know if I want to be.
And a part B to that, there's going to be a lot of good wrestling over the course of the 7 hours we have televised this weekend, because I believe TakeOver got expanded to 3 hours this Saturday.
2.5, I think.
I think it's 8 to 11.
Is it? I think there's a pre-show, though. For
It's
7:30. 2.5. Oh, is? Okay.
I think I read that it's a 7:30 pre-show, and then TakeOver's running from 8 to 11.
Damn, but they don't need 3 hours for 6 matches, though.
Unless a couple of those matches that they announced end up airing live on that hour before.
I guess. Maybe they're doing maybe they're doing the NXT taping or something live or something, and it's not actually part of TakeOver. Who knows?
Maybe they'll do that taping right there, and then re-air that taping on Wednesday night in the NXT slot.
Could happen. Because
But
I don't know what they announced all those matches for Wednesday. I mean, I don't know what else you're airing there.
Yeah. All right, so my question remains the same here. My two questions are, which one's the better show? And after the 7 hours of wrestling that we have this weekend, what match are we most talking about?
I'll just go first. I think that TakeOver will win the battle. They usually do end up winning the battle when they go up against the WWE's main roster shows. And the match that I think we'll all be talking about will probably be the Stephen Amell match, even though it's not the best match of the week.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards TakeOver too. I think I'm more invested in TakeOver than I am in SummerSlam. But I do think we're talking about Cena and Rollins by the end of this, because there are just so many different ways it could go.
I'm going to say SummerSlam. It's just too many matches. Well, depending on, I guess, if any of that other stuff airs for TakeOver. But I think Cena Rollins will be the most talked about match, because there's a chance of tremendous overbooking or whatever happening there that's going to all drive us crazy. I think you've got Cesaro Owens that could be really good. You've got, you never know with Taker and Brock. If Taker doesn't get a concussion again, which is also a scare, perhaps. I think the Ambrose and Wyatt and Reigns stuff could be really interesting. Both. Let's say this: it's going to be an enjoyable 7 hours. To me, I don't think it's going to be one of those where we're really hating on either show by the end of it. I hope, at least for SummerSlam's case.
I honestly believe that we're going to be talking more about SummerSlam coming out of this weekend, and it's because the WWE creative roster is going to realize that if they go into the same building as NXT did the day before, and they put a lackluster show on, that crowd will bury SummerSlam dead in its tracks live during the show.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to go out there and give the fans something to talk about. That being said, I think the match that most people are talking about coming out of this weekend is the Jushin Liger-Tyler Breeze match.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's fair.
Yeah, it is. I think it could be a great match.
Yeah,
So.
true.
And I'm still holding out hope for Tyler Breeze versus William Regal.
That would be nice. I'd love it.
God bless you, Harry. Somebody's got a dream.
Yeah.
Speaking of dreaming, I think it's about that time, too.
Yeah, well, we want to make sure that you get a chance to plug. I know you have 2 podcasts, so we can get you a chance to plug both those.
Well, one of them's on hiatus right now, but it will be back soon. Perhaps we can discuss something else here, Sean.
Yes.
Have you had a chance to talk to the guys about what I discussed with you?
You mean yes, we actually, Patrick and Gary and I talked about it first before we even talked about anything else, with you talking about it with me or anything.
I will be on Sunday.
All right. So
awesome.
I guess we'll have the first edition of W2M with Wrestling Unwrapped pay-per-view post-show.
I was wondering what we should call it. Should we call it Wrestling?
It's Wrestling Unwrapped to the max.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. There you go. Wrestling Unwrapped to the max. Perfect.
I don't know if that's gonna work for my. I can leave that on Spreaker, but I'm gonna have to change it for other stuff.
Okay. Logistics. Oh, I get you. Yeah, because of our other sites and stuff.
Yeah, because Last Word's gonna go crazy. How the hell is that a headline? But yeah, the only thing is that Patrick told you we're gonna have to start late because he's got to watch Takeover after SummerSlam.
God, lazy sumbiscuit.
He's got to close and then open.
No, I know. He's actually pulling some strings, and he may have told a bit of a fib in order to get out in time to watch SummerSlam on Sunday.
Oh, sweet. Thank you, because I really didn't want to be awake till like 4 in the morning.
He may have told his boss that he was hanging out with friends on Sunday. He just didn't mention that those friends were Brock Lesnar and The Undertaker.
Oh.
Oh, that's good.
Well, don't worry. On Sunday, Paul will be hanging out with his close personal friend, EC3. So.
Totes, bro.
Trouble.
That's what we'll be causing, man.
That song gets stuck in my head every time I hear it. Anyways, all right, it's 4 a.m. over here on the East Coast.
Yep.
Rocket.
So rather than plug any of my shows, if you guys are on, most of your members are on Yes as well. They know how to find me. They know how to find Tony. They know how to find Jimmy C. I'll talk to you guys Sunday night.
All right. Sounds good. Later, buddy.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
All right, and for any of you new listeners, that is Harry Broadhurst from the Raw Reaction, and you can go find them out. Those guys are great, and you don't want to miss anything those guys have to offer. You can find them every Monday night after Raw. There you go.
On the VOC Nation.
That's right.
Also find our extras, because this show has been going on long. For the past 3 weeks, I haven't been able to put it on.
Yeah, and then this week it'll be as well. So we tried, guys. We tried very hard. But anyway, all right, well, let's go ahead and move on. We got a lot to cover still and very little time really to do it. So let's go ahead and jump into some Ring of Honor. We'll do that right after this.
All right, Paul.
It's that time for Ring of Honor. We're doing TV first, I'm assuming. So we open the show with Silas Young taking on Dalton Castle, who as always has the boys with him. Also, Steve Corino's not doing commentary this week due to the events of last week. So it's Kevin and Nigel, which I'm sure had Sean all in the tither.
I'm glad I didn't, I had to miss some of this shit. So.
I love it.
We got to keep the hate strong.
Yeah.
Silas Young, Dalton Castle go at it. It's a really good match. I enjoyed it immensely. We end up getting Silas ends up challenging Dalton to another match post-match because he feels like the only way Dalton can win is with his boys. And if Silas beats Young, then he'll get the boys, and that will teach Dalton how to be a real man.
Hey, it's way better than getting somebody's prosthetic leg.
Yeah. That's very true.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy. No, this match was great. I really, really enjoyed it. Of course, I'm a little bit more biased when it comes to this because I'm a big Dalton Castle fan, and Silas Young is growing on me. And Silas Young needs to grow on Stone Cold Steve Austin so he can learn how to be a real man like Silas Young.
Oh, God, Gary, come on now. So, you're just hating.
Anyway, so my point being is he's not insecure. Silas Young knows about his manhood, and he's going to teach those boys about him. And I think that's his point. He's going to try to teach them.
Thank God Stone Cold doesn't listen to this show.
Yeah, I know, because he could get me fired from WWE. Anyway. So, long story short, my point in this whole thing is that this is one great promo. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'm mad at Ring of Honor. Please put some of your promos on YouTube. At least put the ends of the matches where they have the promos. It would help you out a lot, get people viewing your stuff. And, of course, hey, you'll get on the intro of this show, but I couldn't find it. Screw you guys.
How very sad.
Yes.
Yes. Gary should just have... We need to get Gary on the Why I Hate Stone Cold rant.
Sorry, I just still bitter about my love for Roddy Piper and his death, so...
Fair enough.
That's fair, Gary. Castle wins the televised match with the Bang Ring, which I totally forgot to mention. After all that, Kevin Kelly interviews Bobby Fish. Fish has a TV title match with Jay Lethal coming up. Only he doesn't think he'll be wrestling Lethal. He thinks he'll be wrestling Hanson. Jay Lethal just comes out, and we get some yelling, and it's wonderful. Prince Nana comes in, does some commentary for the upcoming match, which has Moose squashing Will Ferrara. Nothing to write home about here, though.
Yeah, nothing really to write home. You're right. Exactly. It was what it was, right, Paul? I mean, nothing special. But you know what? Moose gets the win here. Good for him. And, of course, I have to mention, I've got to say it, the Bobby Fish thing, that's the guy that is the best personality in the world, but he's got something going there. And I do like the way he picked it up after Lethal came into play. He really did a good job playing off Lethal, and I loved it. So the end of it was a lot better than the beginning of it with just Fish. So.
Yeah.
There you go.
Anything to say, Sean?
Oh, this is the part that I missed.
Awesome. Okay. So Adam Cole Bay is backstage doing a promo. He's talking about the Kingdom, wondering why they're doubting him. And then he hypes up that he's reuniting with Kyle O'Reilly next week to challenge for the tag titles. Adam Cole is awesome. That's pretty much all you need to know. Main event, Roppongi Vice, Trent Beretta, Rocky Romero taking on the Young Bucks. If you've watched New Japan at all this year, you've seen this 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. The great part is it doesn't get any worse. It only gets better. This match is absolutely incredible. Super fast pace. Young Bucks get the win with more bang for your buck. Good Lord, was this amazing.
This is fantastic. Just great stuff. If there's one thing you need to see from this show, it is this match right here. If it's one thing the Young Bucks apparently know how to do is go on ROH TV and have a killer tag match, because they do that quite often on this ROH TV. Roppongi Vice have been really good since they've appeared, against the Briscoes, and now here with Young Bucks again. So no hate here.
I'll dirt it. I think this is a wonderful, wonderful match. I mean, it was a lot of fun to watch, and just for me personally, I agree with Sean. You got to go check it out. It's too much for us just to sit here and talk about. You really need to watch this match, and while you're at it, you do need to go check out that Dalton Castle and Silas Young match. Why not? Catch them both. They're both very, very good. So that's what thrilled me about this week's episode of Ring of Honor, and it's just the fact that we get some good matches here. Sure, Moose's match isn't just anything special, but at least it's Moose and doing his job. So, I mean, and I want to say Adam Cole thing, I actually, his promos are good, and I'm very much enjoying it. The only one thing I would like to say is it doesn't have to make sense, because WB doesn't have to make sense on this, but Future Sock is great. I think it's going to be interesting. But, I guess the Red Dragon's one of those things where they are confident in their relationship, so it's not like,
yeah.
So, I mean, that's good. I'm happy for that.
They're comfortable with themselves, Gary.
Yeah.
They've got no
worry.
problems with no cheating problems going on there.
Good. I'm glad. Perfect. So, well, that wraps up Ring of Honor for us, guys. For me personally, I thought it was one of the better shows we watched this week. I don't know about you guys. I mean, we haven't got the TNA yet.
I think it is the best one, and certainly one of the better episodes they've done in the last month or so, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Amen. So it's definitely worth a watch if you haven't seen it yet. So, all right, guys. Well, we still have a preview that we need to run down, and of course, it is Field of Honor. So, Paul, if you have that in front of you, let's do that.
I sure do. Field of Honor is running same day as NXT Takeover is, and if you're in the Brooklyn area, I would totally go to this over Takeover in a heartbeat. There is a whole crap ton of goodness on show for you here. They got 8 matches.
The tickets are cheaper, I'm sure.
I'm sure. Added bonus. Plus the insane amount of amazing New Japan talent that's coming over here. For example, your main event, as far as I'm seeing in front of me right here, which probably won't be the main event, co-main event maybe, Red Dragon, Bobby Fish, Kyle O'Reilly taking on Jay Lethal and Shinsuke Nakamura. Sweet Lord, this is going to be amazing.
Fantastic stuff, I hope. I'm sure Lethal and Nakamura will probably wind up winning or something.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they play some kind of character into this, then maybe Red Dragon win because Lethal and Nakamura can't get along or something. Which, that'd be really funny just to watch Nakamura, Truth, and Truth Martini all in the same vicinity. That's just funny in its own way. You know what? I'll say that happens. I'll say somehow Nakamura and Lethal don't get along, and Red Dragon steal the win or something. Maybe Nakamura gives Lethal a Boma Yi or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, just for me personally, since the whole Future Shock thing's happening, Red Dragon doesn't have to go out with a win here. I see Jay Lethal and Nakamura taking the victory home here, so I'm okay with that.
I have Jay Lethal and Nakamura going over here too. I wouldn't be surprised to see Red Dragon go over here just to add some intrigue to both of those guys challenging for each one of Jay Lethal's belts at All-Star Extravaganza coming up soon. But that is just me. We also have an 8-man gauntlet match for a future ROH World Television title match. It involves Frankie Kazarian, Moose, Donovan Dijak, Cedric Alexander, Takaaki Watanabe, Dalton Castle, Adam Page, Silas Young. Whole lot of feuds in there, a whole lot of guys who don't know what to do with also tossed in here. Who do you think's getting that belt? Or title shot, I should say.
Well, I can rule out the fact that any of the heels are probably not winning. So, Frankie Kazarian's probably not winning. Dijak is certainly not winning. They're not going to have House of Truth against House of Truth. Cedric Alexander and Page is not winning. Silas Young could maybe win. I think it's between Dalton Castle and Moose. The way they've been booking Moose, where he's kind of just been there, I could see Moose being the one that wins to kind of propel him. But if you're going on the guy that's loved and looked the best recently, Dalton Castle. I'm going to wind up saying Moose, though.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny you say that, Sean, because I'm in the same boat as you are. I'm a huge Dalton Castle guy. I just mentioned it a while ago, but to me, right now, Moose is the guy they want to look the best, and it makes the most sense to give him a little bit of push here. So, yeah, I'm going Moose as well.
I think Moose runs through a fair few of these guys only to have, I'm blanking on his name. only have Cedric Alexander sort of upset him, and then Adam Page comes in, or not Adam Page, Dalton Castle comes in and ends up being the one that gets the title shot.
Oh, wow.
Fair enough.
That should be interesting either way. We don't get to see gauntlet matches that often, so should be very cool. We also have an 8-man tag, Matt Sydal and ACH teaming up with the Young Bucks, which should probably be called Team Flippies, taking on the Kingdom, Matt Taven and Michael Bennett, and Rapagni Vice of Trent Beretta, Rocky Romero. Lots of stuff here. This should be just chaotic fun at its best.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy. You do get some chaos and Bullet Club action going on here with just ROH guys. Man, this is going to be insane. This is probably going to be the opener, I would say. But yeah, just freaking crazy.
Thinking to myself here, who could beat the team? I'm going to go with Rapagni Vice on this one. I think that each of these teams has a clear chance, but Rapagni Vice is my pick.
The Bucks are probably winning this.
I think Matt Sydal, ACH, and the Bucks are winning this. A stereo 4-corner 450 splashes for the finish, just to send the crowd into, oh my god, did that just happen explosion.
There you go.
It will be orgasmic.
Yes.
If the place vibrates, I'm sure it will be.
That would be impressive too. It's a fairly large ballpark, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up on my list, Hiroki Goto taking on Michael Elgin. This match alone is enough to get all my money and more. I don't even care who wins.
Man, if they touch anything near their G1 match, it is. Oh.
I might die, guys.
Yes, I agree.
You have to do any more shows because I might die.
We'll definitely attend your funeral and have this match, a picture of it.
Paul died watching what he loves. Yeah, this is going to be great. Elgin gets his win back. IC title feud happens out of this. Or IC title match happens out of this.
Oof. I go with...
Elgin's got to come back at some point.
Yeah.
I cannot see it not happening.
I don't know. I Goto for sure for me. I think it's going to be interesting. But I think the true winner is the audience.
Especially me, who walks away the champion among the audience for this match. But I'm with Sean. Michael Elgin gets the win here, gets his win back. Whether it leads to an IC title match or not, I don't know. Certainly an interesting prospect, though, especially if this is anything close to their G1 match, as Sean said. Next up, Adam Cole, Bay, taking on Christopher Daniels. This should be also very, very good.
Adam Cole, but yeah, this is going to be really good. I'm excited to watch this, too.
Yeah, Adam Cole for sure.
You're saying his name wrong, guys. It's Adam Cole, Bay.
Oh, Bay.
Adam Cole, Bay.
I didn't realize he was one of Bay's kids.
Oh, God, that game is terrible.
I'm making it the hat trick. Adam Cole for sure. Just keep the momentum on that guy. He'll be doing all right, Ring of Honor. A match I certainly think very well could open the show, too. The Briscoes, J Mark, taking on Time Splitters, Alex Shelley, and Kushida. This is also going to be 20 million kinds of awesomeness.
Man, yeah, lots of awesome tag team action happening on this show. This is one of the reasons why, man, this should be great. Nice to see Alex Shelley back. I think this is the first time we'll be seeing him back since his injury at Best of Super Juniors. So, hope win here.
Same goes for me. I'm a big fan.
I will once again make the hat trick. Time Splitters. Got to keep that love for Kushida going.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, a match that could very well make the entire ballpark implode. Killer Elite Squad, Davey Boy Smith Jr. and Lance Archer taking on War Machine, Hanson, Ray Rowe. These guys legitimately might murder themselves, everybody in the audience, and then take the building out with them for fun.
Yeah, Paul's not kidding. Jeez. This is just, lots of lots of stiffness, crazy stuff happening. I'll say your champions wind up winning here, though.
War Machine.
I think I'm leaning more towards War Machine too, and I wouldn't be surprised if they pin them out in the middle of center field for some reason. Just 'cause.
I love it. Yeah, it's I don't know. I think it's my hope pick. It's hard. I think there's way many options here, but I think War Machine's is smart for me.
That's totally fair. Because Ring of Honor, I think, has high hopes for them. Tag titles, I think they would be next. But what I assume will be the main event, quite possibly match of the year, waiting to happen. Kazuchika Okada taking on Roderick Strong. If War Machine and Killer Elite Squad don't tear that building down, these two will.
Yeah, because this, if you're talking to people who couldn't stand Michael Elgin before that G1 happened, this is one of the matches that they wanted to see. Roderick Strong against Kazuchika Okada. You're going to get it here, man. This is going to be all kinds of awesome. The way Roderick Strong's been having his year. Oof. Okada's going to win, but man, this is going to be great.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Roderick Strong has been having such a good year. It's hard. It really is. But I don't think Okada crosses the ocean to come and lose. So, yeah. I go Okada, too.
Yeah, I think they got to protect Okada here, too. But I think this match might go 30, 35 minutes and just really hammer home how awesome both these guys are. Especially Roderick Strong, who, as has been said, has had wrestler of the year type of year. Just amazing. If you're not, this show I think is going to be on demand after it's over live through Ring of Honor's website. You should totally spend the $15 to get it. If you're in Brooklyn,
$15.
Yeah. If you're in Brooklyn, go to the show. If you're in New Jersey, go to the show. If you're in anywhere in the Northeast, go to the show.
Yeah. There you go.
Before we get to TNA, though, apparently Meltzer's reporting that SummerSlam next year could be in Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
The new MGM arena that's going to be like the state-of-the-art arena where UFC is going to be running UFC 200.
Yeah.
The month before. So we know how WWE likes to stick it to other,
To GFW?
Well, not GFW, but they love to do it with the Super Bowl stadiums.
Mm-hmm. So Minnesota?
It's either that or Los Angeles, but,
yeah.
it's possible.
I think Las Vegas is a great idea, especially if they want to do the same deal they have with Staples, where they sign like a yearly thing to keep going back to Vegas. I think that's a wonderful idea.
Me too.
I'm stoked. I got a free place to stay, so I love it.
You're going to go to the show, Gary?
Yeah. Amanda's grandmother lives out there, so.
Sweet.
Anyway. That'd be a lot of fun to go check out. So, well, thank you, Sean, for that update. And of course, we'll be hearing more updates, I'm sure, for this by the time we get to the next show next week. But before we, start closing on this day, we still have another show to talk about. And that is TNA, a Turning Point, guys. So let's get into some Turning Point now. Let's do that, and we'll be right back.
TNA Impact Wrestling.
Sorry.
It's on the record there, Gary.
Continue, sir.
Alright, thank you for singing that song, because, you did it better than that terrible group does. So, anyway, we start with Jeff Jarrett coming out here to tell us what's going to happen tonight, that we are getting our TNA World Champion EC3 against the King of the Mountain Champion PJ Black. EC3 comes out. He is not happy about this. He's going to boycott the match. Karen basically tries to pull a Stephanie McMahon. I don't know that she succeeded, but whatever. still played her part here. And basically EC3 is like, well, I'm leaving now. And Jeff Jarrett's like, well, hold on, Eddie Haskell. Jesus. Going old school with that one, mister. He's going to talk to Dixie to make sure that EC3 does defend the title, and if he doesn't, he's going to get stripped. Oh no, I'm sure your close personal friend was not happy about this. Drew Galloway was also not happy about being attacked. And he thinks it's Eli Drake. So he's going to get his revenge for that tonight. What do you guys think of your opening segment here?
I'll tell you what, guys. The second I heard about this injustice that was being done to my close personal friend EC3, I was on the phone with him, and we were just talking bad nonstop about Jeff Jarrett. And, you know, Dixie, Madam Dixie Carter, as my good friend Spud also says, you know, she wouldn't make EC3 strip of the belt, you know. That's not going to happen, guys. Not going to happen.
Well, apparently it does. She somehow got coerced by Jeff Jarrett, as they have a backstage segment later on. She basically tells him straight up, you're going to have to forfeit your belt if you don't. And EC3 was not happy about it, but he had to do it anyway.
You know, what nobody else saw, and EC3 totally played up the part well, was that she had her fingers crossed behind her back. Nobody else saw that, though. So, you know, it didn't count.
The match that we wish we didn't have to see that goes along with that is Matt Hardy and Tyrus. Yeah, that was the thing.
Oh,
it sure was a thing.
Yeah, people paid to see that.
At least EC3 attacked Matt Hardy.
Mm-hmm. See, Paul's good friend saved us, right? I mean, we were all in agony, and he saved us. We should thank him. You know, just like when he decided to have that main event match and to defend that title instead of Dixie Carter stripping, I think that was the best decision he made.
Gary, that's certainly not what was happening.
Oh, what was this? Did I get the stripping part wrong? Or
there was going to be no stripping.
Oh, yeah, she had her fingers crossed, man. Come on.
I'm pretty sure Surge was not going to be happy about it.
Oh, yeah. Still can't believe they needed a soda after that, man.
Anyway, we did have the main event with EC3 and PJ Black, which was pretty good, I thought. EC3 picked up the win, of course, because no way PJ Black was coming in and winning both titles on one go.
Mm-hmm.
But they've been making him look strong, which you can totally appreciate. Jeff Jarrett puts that over too in the ending segment, saying he did a good job. He's cocky, but he's a good wrestler. And then he basically names himself GM of TNA, while Dixie just sits there and goes, "Really? You're gonna do it, Jeff Jarrett? You're gonna be? You think you can run this? All right." It almost looked like they were gonna just have it out right there in the backstage area. You know, just the way Dixie was looking at him. It just, you know.
And thank our glorious God above that did not happen.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, she said she had talked to a couple people before she made her final decision. I guess Dr. Drew was on hold. So
that's good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you guys think of the match and Jarrett being your GM of TNA?
I think Jarrett's sort of the necessary evil floating around if we're getting to that GFW invasion that we're being told is going to happen. And I think it works. I think it works well because, you know, he's got Dixie hook, line, and sinker, and I guess that's really all that matters now. The main event was really good, though. EC3, PJ Black worked a great match. EC3 looking strong. This is like something TNA should have done so long ago with a heel champion, but they're doing it now. They're doing it with my good, close personal friend EC3, which is even better. So there's no gripes to be had here.
Not definitely a great match, definitely one of the best of the night. If not, I would say the best. I'm being nice. But looking at this whole thing with Jeff Jarrett, like Paul said, you just it's got to make sense, and I think this is the best way to transfer into that whole realm of an invasion. So, yeah, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, so, I mean, that I skipped around there, but I know I did it because I was trying to avoid having to talk about, a match that I'm sure, Paul wasn't too enthused about with Mr. Anderson having an open mic challenge against Bram. It was basically a glorified microphone on a pole match, but they made it higher, so you had to climb a ladder. We did get a Finley roll through a table, and we did get Anderson getting the future shock or whatever, the brighter side of suffering, onto a bunch of chairs, which allowed Bram to bring the microphone down, but he didn't get to use it on Anderson because he took forever to hit him with it. Anderson hit Bram with it, and Anderson picks up the win with a mic check into the chairs.
Yeah. Yeah. Seriously, not a bad match. Just never got into that next gear that I was looking for. It kind of sucks that Mr. Anderson had to win here, but I guess they got to keep some of these guys going strong for TNA if they're going to have all these GFW guys come in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could totally understand that. And you know what? Not a bad match. It was okay. It was what I think they advertised it to be. And that's okay with me. As long as it's not any worse, I'm not going to cry.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, it could have been much worse. It was actually pretty good. So I'm totally fine with that. What else happened on this show here? We had the Revolution segment that was just peachy. Storm came out, basically, again, talking about Muhammad Ali Shera and this whole, well, you betrayed me, and all these people in the Revolution, they would die for me and whatever, and you didn't, and I made you, and whatever, and him and Shera went at it, and he called him Koya again, and yeah. Manic actually showed some hesitation doing the splash, though, which kind of means that we're getting this breakup of the Revolution here at some point. But plus, it also actually has continuity because Manic was the one that recruited Shera into the Revolution. So,
yeah. All that being said, this was just not good. James Storm hatred aside, this was just awful. All the other shows we talked about this week, it was like great promos. TNA was sort of the opposite.
Yeah.
So you get both spectrums.
But
here.
they had good wrestling.
They did. They sure did.
Yeah, and good dancing if you like Koya's dancing.
Oh yeah, did you enjoy the?
Not really. I thought no.
Yeah.
Very
awkward.
Stereotypical, much there, TNA. I mean, I guess it is. He's proud of his Indian heritage or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
So, we also have the Six Sides of Steel handicap match between Gail Kim and Jade and Marty of the Dollhouse. Thought this was good. I don't know why it needed to be a cage match, since Taryn was nowhere to be seen. But, yeah. I mean, we had some cool spots with, like, Gail Kim, like, jumping off halfway to do a crossbody onto Jade and Marty. Gail Kim also did some kind of move off the top of the cage or something, if I remember right. But yeah, this is good. Just nothing like too crazy. And then later, Velvet Sky just randomly decides that she wants to help Gail Kim, and basically helps keep Taryn there until Gail Kim can show up and basically take care of Taryn, like handcuff her to the what looked like a back of the underneath part of a stadium seating. Mm-hmm. And yeah. I guess that means that Taryn's being tortured or something.
I guess. I don't know. The Dollhouse started out as this really great thing, and now it's sort of fallen apart because, one, Jane and Marty, you can't take seriously no matter what now. They haven't won together as a team in God knows how long. So them against Gail Kim, there was no real threat there for me. There's nothing happening there. Velvet Sky coming out of nowhere. I guess that's fine. You got to do something with her, and it really, everything else was just, what it was.
Yeah, sadly, they really have changed this into something that, is not so great. And, I get, Taryn Terrell's no longer with the company and they had to get her out somehow. But this is kind of interesting. The babyface is going to be doing something very heelish here. And that makes me wonder if we're going to see Gail Kim in a different light when it comes to this GFW invasion. It's very interesting to me. I'm kind of curious why they made it like they did, but maybe it's also a way to get rid of Taryn Terrell. So, but yeah, I mean, I wasn't all big on this.
And then we got Eli Drake against Drew McIntyre? Yeah, that. What did you guys think?
It's another match that wasn't bad, wasn't great. It was just right there, and that. It was perfectly fine wrestling,
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Oh, the Eric Young promo with Chris Melendez. I'll save the best for last.
We could have skipped this.
Mm-hmm. Eric Young comes out and basically is going on a tirade, and then Chris Melendez comes out and is like, "Okay, dude, I want my rematch." Eric Young's like, "Well, what's at stake for me?" And then he just randomly decides, "I want your prosthetic leg." Booyah, Chris Melendez. Now what are you going to do about it?
This is bad. This is just bad. Still, you haven't given us a reason to care about Melendez. He hasn't beaten Young or even come close to it. And now Young just wants to be a prick and take his leg. Okay.
Jeez. I can't tell you how much I just do not care about this whole thing. And I don't know. I just wish TNA would, help Christopher Melendez and give him a leg up on something. Give the guy an opportunity, And the opportunities they give don't help him. They just don't help him at all. So until they get it right, I'm going to complain. So, there you go.
That's, what are we rating this TNA?
The wrestling was good. The promos tended towards the not so much area. I'd still say it was about as good as Raw, though, 6.5.
Yeah, I'll go with that, too. 6.5.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to do this 6. I gave Raw 6. I'll give this a 6. So, there you go, guys. All right. Well, that wraps up everything. The only thing we have left to do is crown a Superstar of the Week. So, we're going to do that next, and we'll wrap this thing up. We'll be right back.
Superstar of the Week.
All right, Paul.
5, I give it to John Cena. Wonderful promo on Raw. At that same extension, 4 goes to Paul Heyman. Glory, Glory, Brock Lesnar needs to be on a Greatest Hits album. 3, I gave to Kevin Owens. Once again, wonderful promo on NXT. Not to mention a pretty solid tag match on Raw. 2, I gave concurrently to the Young Bucks and Rapagni Vice. Amazing, amazing match on ROH TV. You need to go watch that. Number 1, I gave to EC3. Good match with PJ Black. Defends his title successfully once again and looks strong doing it. Something TNA needs to do more of more often.
I'm going to go with Paul's list here.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm trying to think. So my thought process was the G1 was included in this, right?
Is it? Oh, technically the final did happen.
Yeah,
on
the
Sunday.
final was on Sunday.
It's Final Climax. So I'm going to use Climax as a part of my list here.
Oh, well, crap. Yeah, then Tanahashi is number 1.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah. Okay, so...
Tanahashi's number 1, Nakamura's number 2. Red Dragon is number 3. Kushida number 4. And maybe we put EC3 at number 5.
Okay, fair enough. Mine kind of wiggles out a little differently here.
Change anything on yours? Or?
I totally forgot about adding New Japan, and seeing as I don't want to change anything, no.
Okay, fair enough. The ROH main event has to go at number 5 for me. Great match. For EC3 defending his belt against PJ Black was perfect, winning. Bailey, wow, moving up to that next level. Congratulations, 3. 2 is definitely Kushida. Excellent match, Climax. And number 1, Tanahashi. You can't go against that guy. Definitely respect. So it looks like Tanahashi wins the number 1. And of course, that is our Superstar of the Week, guys. I'm excited about it. And of course, next week we may have some more New Japan guys going over here and winning Superstar of the Week. We'll see if they do. If not, we have some people from SummerSlam or, of course, TakeOver. So we are going to have an interesting choice next week for the Superstar of the Week. I am very excited about getting to that point. And just to remind everybody, guess what? This Sunday night, we are not going to make you wait till Thursday next week to talk about SummerSlam or TakeOver or Field of Honor. We're going to do it Sunday night. We may get a chance to do Field of Honor later if we don't watch it. That's the only thing we're worried about is getting a chance to watch it. If we don't watch it, that'll be later. But for sure, TakeOver and, of course, SummerSlam will be on that Sunday night show. We'll keep you guys posted on what's going on.
With Harry and Patrick as well.
That's right. So we're going to have this new format. It's going to be great. We're really looking forward to those guys joining us. And, of course, we'll give you more information when that show comes on. How about that? We'll kind of save some of the other stuff.
We'll tell you whatever the ROH and New Japan announcement was.
Yep. Yeah. So there you go.
You have anything you want to say about the G1 stuff, Paul?
Tanahashi and Nakamura, terrific final. Surprising that Tanahashi came out of it, but still a great choice, especially if we're leaning towards doing Okada and Tanahashi again at the Dome.
Are you cool with that, or are you one of those that's like totally like done with that match?
I'm not done with it. I feel like I really wish it was Nakamura and Okada just so it would be different, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah. What about Red Dragon getting those titles again?
I really wish they would have kept it on the Young Bucks, but it's not like the Red Dragon or Chopped Liver,
Yeah, definitely.
And Kushida and Ricochet, absolutely ridiculously amazing.
Yes, that was insane.
Brilliant.
I have to iterate, Gary. See what we're talking about here with Ricochet being much different when he's not Prince Puma.
Yeah, it is different completely. Yeah, you're right. And I was very interested in seeing it, and I really enjoyed it, no matter what. I mean, I like both versions, though. I really do.
Yeah. I just like the fact that he has so much that he can, like, basically almost change a lot of his moveset around for both,
Yeah, and interesting to see him unmasked, too. I hadn't seen him unmasked, so that's great.
That's true.
Well, guys, that pretty much wraps us up. We're going to do a few plugs here, but don't forget, next Thursday, you can, of course, join us again for more fun, and, of course, we'll have some of the fallout from the weekend, so there you go. Sean, go ahead and plug away.
Well, if you made it this far, God bless you. You probably didn't, but, yeah, we normally do, you know what? This should be the last week that we have 4-hour shows. We normally are bordering on the line of 3 hours, if less, now that we don't have Lucha Underground to talk about. Sorry. It's just when you have this many people on, it gets crazy to try to do so many shows and all that. But yeah, if you've enjoyed the show at all in any capacity, you can rate, review, and subscribe on iTunes, especially that subscribe button. That helps so much on iTunes and Stitcher. You can also write us an email at wrestlingthemax@gmail.com if you want to ask any questions, or just hit us up and tell us what you thought or whatever. There's also a W2M Facebook group that we've pimped in here a few times. You can go join that. Follow us on Twitter at Wrestling2Max. And if you're listening on one of the websites, we are available on iTunes, Stitcher, TuneIn, all the places that there are podcatchers. We're pretty much there. As well as Podbean and Spreaker for Last Word Radio for the Podbean. Just search Wrestling the Max on Spreaker. You'll find us. You can also find our other two shows, Football After Football, which I'm surprised Randy's still awake. He's killing me right now about this show taking too long. And yes, the video game show, which we did a new episode last night. So if you were aching that we'd been missing for 2 weeks, you can go listen to us talk about Gamescom, the D23 stuff, and all the stuff that's going on with that. So, all right.
D23 was a heck of an event, I'll tell you what.
Yes, it was.
Sure. So, all right, guys. Well, it has been fun. It has been a blast. But we just will have one more thing for you guys. I want you to say, if you always remembered, this one last tagline that I am having trouble remembering.
Wow.
Anyway, if you're not living life to the max, guys.
You're not living life at all. Man, that is the first time I think Gary has ever messed that up.
Because I screwed up on the do always remember. So let's do this again. Take 2, everybody. You're not living life to the max.
You're not living life at all.
You know it.
I have no idea how we're still chipper at this point.
Man, that's how you know we're tired. Gary flubbed the last line.
Oh, God. Get us out of here, Sean.